No, he is not. Okay. Wait, am I unmuted? I am unmuted. Whoops. I am not muted. Let's change that real quick because I'm going to be right back for just a moment. Hello everybody. I'm having a little bit of technical issues on the side here, so I'm sorry for being slightly late to start. But anyway, here we are. Hello everybody. I hope we're all doing well. For some reason, Twitch is not working well for me, so I'm probably not going to be able to see the chat. Which is going to be a little bit of a problem, but that's okay. We're gonna try to figure things out. So we're back with more developer commentary with the Haunted PS1 demo disc Spectral Mall. Tonight we'll be having, we're planning on having at least, the developers from the mall segment itself, at least a few of them. 10 Dead Doves, one of the secret games. The other secret game we haven't played, I should reiterate, and the Northstar Courier, which I finally figured out all the technical issues I was having, so we should be good. We should be good. I'm very excited and I hope all of you are. Now I'm gonna be on deafening myself within the voice chat in 3, 2, 1. Hello. You are now live. Feel free to introduce yourself, Colter.
Okay, hello, can you hear me okay?
Everyone should be able to hear. Oh god!
We're doing classic Zoom moves. We're checking to see if our mics work, but I can see the stream. I can see you on Discord, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Colter. I'm a game developer with the Honda PlayStation 1. And for this 2022 demo disc, I had kind of a tech production / support role. So yeah, I basically helped build the code. I filled in for art and some organization tasks for the disc, so I had kind of eyes on the whole process and can speak to how we did it and some of the features of the game as well.
And welcome in, Vlad. Not sure
Hello.
Hello. That was hell of a noise. I'm gonna do the Discord stream real quick. Okay.
The coming into the Discord chat.
I'm sorry?
The noise. The beep boop.
I hear occasional beep boops, but maybe not anymore.
I heard like one, but oh boy, we're off to a great start.
Yeah, I can see the main menu.
Okay, good.
That's a good thing.
The one thing I really like about this main menu is the just the living presence of the monster, who I believe it's called the Seer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the menu came around pretty late in development. I had a lot of placeholder art.
Right.
This title logo with the moving video, that's from Amos. He does like he created a lot of the video production work. And yeah, this kind of space that you see behind is fully 3D. It's not a video. And Cy did a lot of the key art and animation, was able to whip up this kind of outdoor scene. It looks a little bit like the Overlook Hotel from this angle. And yeah, the Seer, the monster, which I think we'll see in more detail a little bit later, is this kind of ominous presence you can't really see clearly behind the logo.
It's really simple and but it's just executed so well.
I would agree. I think Cy has a really good eye for art in general. Like they can quickly iterate through stuff and make it look really special.
And there's the boy right there. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, so I think the concept of the mall was mostly from Cy, and it was like kind of being thrown around even during the development of the 2021 disc, like in March of 2021, I guess. It's like a concept, right? Or Vlad, do you have a direct experience with that?
Well, I was just gonna mention just how early that they've been working on this. That they had pitched it for last year's Madvent. But we had a little bit of a disagreement on how launches should be handled. And because I wanted it to be the more just open and play the games as you wanted to experience. You were there for that chat we had yesterday.
Yeah.
The mall concept was taken around even earlier than I thought, but Cy was certainly tenacious, and Bryce was the developer that was creative lead for 2021, and I guess Bryce and Cy agreed Cy would be creative lead, and I continued my support role, basically doing the code.
Being the goddamn backbone for all these collaborative projects.
Oh, I'm hoping with some of these code bits that I'm building, I can start handing them off, so I'd be excited to continue with our current code base and do a little bit less labor.
Yeah.
For this launcher specifically, it is basically a fully featured video game code base. Like you could build like a Silent 2 style game out of this. Besides like AI we don't have, but we have like saving loading, inventory, and like scene management, event management, all this stuff.
What are we getting the Haunted PS1 likes as a genre? Who designed the I believe it was Vlad who designed the storefronts, right? And we can use Gob as an example because Gob is our meme.
Yeah, I did. What's it? It was something that kind of came late to me.
I was
'Cause
really shocked. It was like nothing one day and then everything like a day later. I didn't see any of the process.
it took me a week to do them all. But yeah, because what is it? It was like with the initial launch window, what we were trying to aim for was like June. Uh, and I just happened to jump into a call right around then in the HPS1 server, and then I heard Amos and Cy just lamenting like the absolute workload they had, and like that they were going to need more time to get everything ready. And one of the things that Cy was lamenting was just like one of the things they had to do is get some store displays because it would have absolutely broken their heart to not have anything in there.
Yeah.
But like I said, they were just how did they juggle all of that? And I just offered to do it because I was in between projects more or less. I hadn't quite started on Madvent yet, and I had just finished up Arcade Woe, which was another kind of last minute thing for the disc. And, like, what is it? I'm only here just because I helped clean up like in the last month or so. I was not a part of like most of this, and then suddenly I just helped have my fingerprints all over the place now.
Mm-hmm. All hands on deck. I did the interaction for the storefront. So like the storefronts get randomly distributed, the games.
Right.
They get kind of pulled from a list of available ones. As well, like we kind of track which one's closest to the player and what they're looking at to determine like when to turn on and off these lights. It's just kind of like a last minute feature because the mall was quite static for a long time. In this hallway section, there are actually sections of wall that turn on and off. It's
Wait, what?
mostly active when you there's like the first time you walk through this hallway section, the hallways are different. But I believe they kind of settle into a normal configuration after your first time through.
That's
wild.
crazy to hear. I never noticed or knew that.
Yeah, I think there are like four plugs that start on, and then I think you like if you look at them and then look away, they just kind of dissolve.
You're bulgering us.
Yeah, you're like literally changing the configuration of a maze that is already difficult to parse. So I don't think it's a feature many people would notice, but it's something it's cool to think about in the background.
It's hard for me to notice because I get lost in here every goddamn time I visit it, and that's making me think maybe that's why.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, yeah. What is it? I do remember like after the first time going through it, because the first time makes it feel like it's a hard maze, and then after the first time you're like, oh, this maze is easy now. And I guess it's because you fucking with us.
It does get easier. The bathroom was actually the first scene that we made, and it has like kind of examples of most of the kinds of code that would be required to create the rest of the launcher. So
That makes
like
a lot of
scare,
sense.
Animation, scene transitions, items. Like this was kind of the testing room for a lot to
Yeah, because I remember when I was playing. Sorry.
I forced Cy to add that blood splatter, and I wanted to have even more obvious stuff in the corner because too many test players were not seeing the vent. I think the vent is probably still the most frustrating part of the launcher progression, especially because people get the quarters and they think that the quarter can turn the screw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a common puzzle solution, like alternative to the screwdrivers. I can see why.
Yeah, in general, we've had to go back and change the puzzle text to be way more explicit than they were at the beginning. Because it's just like the kind of questions or uncertainties that the player has are usually very different than what you think they'll be as a designer. You can only kind of learn to adjust when you like view someone encountering it.
Yeah, for sure. I also remember like only seeing bits of the basement until like later development as well.
The basement didn't get. I think the basement was the last completed area of the launcher. Like it didn't have any gameplay code until like I think like a few days before we launched. So like a lot of the stuff like with the screwdriver, the collapse hall, the power, the generator, like that was like 0% done until just before launch.
Oops. Oh, I see that you added the message about opening inventory now.
Yeah, that was something where like one person didn't catch it, and like there's this thing where like the tool pops up to show you what you're holding, and it gives a lot of people the expectation that like, oh, it has to be the right tool because I'm holding it. And if people don't discover that the inventory is a thing, then it's, I can imagine, a very frustrating experience. So just hitting people over the head with the fact that yes, you have an inventory, you can hit a couple different buttons to launch it as well.
Right.
Yeah, you always gotta if well, what is it? At least when I'm designing and I have keyboard and I'm not using all the buttons, I'll just tab and I don't know, just like escape even if I'm not using that for anything. I'll just open up an inventory.
I hate it
For
when I
example.
use escape and sometimes it just closes the game instead. It's with some games.
Yeah.
Generally, I'd say like the interface, because I'm doing a lot of the control work and interface work, like the menu system, like they're getting, I think, better and more consistent between all the titles. So like holding down a button to reset, I think is a pretty good one. Or holding escape and the scene fades out and then closes, I think another nice one we use for Mad Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? I know I now use that. If I need to have an escape button that quits the game, I'll just have it do the fade. I did that for day 16 specifically.
Yeah, because we want people like a window of opportunity to say, oh no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And the one thing I really appreciate is that the inventory text always changes every time you scroll through it. And I feel like the gas never gets enough representation of that because some of its descriptions are pretty funny, like a delicious beverage.
Yeah.
Because you use it.
I actually did the whole inventory. I think cited about half the text for the inventory. And if you want to blame something for how often the text is the same, it's like Unity's random number generator is not so good.
Oh yeah.
Choosing the same numbers over and over again.
See, I thought you were gonna give me a name. I was gonna be like, oh well, I'm just gonna open up the credits real quick,
Oh, yeah.
and we can find who to blame for that.
I think when the game launched, we didn't have credits. I think like D6 didn't, and we were like, oh crap, we don't have credits.
Really?
I was gonna say, like, where else are you gonna put them? Since there's an ending technically, and I don't know, credits in the menu. I feel like nobody really, I wouldn't say nobody, but 95% of your players aren't gonna check the menu credits.
Yeah, exactly. At least they'll accidentally expose the credits this way.
They're like, what does this clipboard do?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
That's what I really like about the design. That is, the credits are right there and like literally in your face for one of the puzzles, so it makes you curious enough to try it, or we see what it says, and then you get the credits. The one thing that I really was somewhat disappointed by was that I really loved the credits theme, and I remember that being the theme for the mall itself for playtesting, and I always missed it.
I might get killed because I might be wrong, but I believe that Size track, like he made one song and he was
Yeah, I
sad
think
that we didn't have it in the end, and so yeah, that was like the last place we could put it.
Yeah, it's right here, the credits theme. I remember that part. Like,
But the music also came really last minute, and it was such a pleasant surprise. You turn on the power. And I remember messaging Sam like, "Is there supposed to be music playing in all these rooms?" Like, it's really creepy.
it's just subtle enough that you probably don't even notice at first until like, oh wait, there, like, it just kind of hits your brain of just like, oh, there is music playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I still really love how the collapse wing looks. I remember seeing like so many test images of it in development.
Yeah, I'm also sad there was supposed to be a scare in here where like the seer's massive, and I think they like grab onto some of this floating stuff and like look at you. But
Jeez.
that was too big a scope to deliver, so we only have like one test for it. Someday it will come back.
I do know that Sai mentioned that they wanted to expand on the mall a little bit.
The mall was supposed
In
to
some
be like
way.
twice as big. Yeah. The mall could be a revisited like theme for a later game, like that's possible.
I would love to see it because there's so much in here that I just adore, and I would love to see it transcribed into a full separate game. Or maybe
Yeah, I
a
don't wanna
continuation
spoil
for...
it,
Yeah, don't spoil it.
They're still kicking around. And I believe Cy and Bryce are also going to be doing creative lead for the next launcher, or at least that's what it's looking like so far. So I would expect to recycle at least some of the ideas, and certainly some of the criticism will be folded back to the next version.
I know that I participated in some of that criticism, but that's also just because I just really love this environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be a way, like, so much labor goes into making like the textures, laying out the geometry.
Did I not grab the screwdriver?
You maybe didn't. I was thinking about pointing it out, but I looked too closely.
Whoops.
And the screwdriver event, I think, I think like if I'm thinking about puzzles, that's probably my least satisfying puzzle. And that also changed because the screwdriver used to just sit in the basement. You can just grab it and open the vent. Now you kind of do this longer route. I guess it's necessary to get people out to this part of the wing.
Yeah. And you wouldn't want to miss it because look how crazy it is over here.
It's crazy. There's also some, if you notice, like the reflections in the floor.
Right.
Those are done in kind of a retro way where the geometry is doubled, it's mirrored, it's flipped, and it's like
Oh,
the
yeah.
floor is just transparent. Yeah. And the collapse wing is interesting because you have this floating stuff back there, and it still has an appropriate reaction or an appropriate reflection in the floor. That's because there's some weird geometry tricks that Cy was doing with this kind of gray background material to make it look like it's a void, but it's actually just a kind of shrink wrapped shape.
I never
that
noticed
is
that.
masking in the right way. Very small detail, but it's cool to see.
Yeah, I never noticed that until you just pointed it out. That is really, really cool to see. Like, I noticed the reflections, but I never noticed that the intricacies with the glass wing specifically.
Mm-hmm. And I think the reflection is also like colored differently. Like it's kind of, the light is kind of painted and different. There's a lot to it. And it's a similar approach to the 2021 launcher with the museum. Also did this double geometry approach.
Right.
The vent actually changes your mouse input setting or the sensitivity for motion, which you're missing a quarter. You should go back and grab it.
I don't think I'm gonna be opening the arcade. I was looking to get the because we talked about the arcade when we were talking to Vlad about Arcade Well, and I think we covered that pretty extensively.
Okay.
But I also just want to get to the food court as well as the janitor's office, and maybe the stairs as well.
Okay. The key parts of the launcher.
Yeah.
The escalator stairs. I did more work than I thought I would on this, or on a number of the puzzles. So I was like, we had these kind of placeholder assets, and at the last minute I was dressing them up as best I could, like adding sound or just some sort of feedback mechanism, because it was basically just silent before. And yeah, these were like the final hours of the whole project. And yeah, originally the claw game was going to be a game, and we cut that last minute, so I made a little sound sequence for that.
Just so many people that miss a crowbar falling onto the ground, which I find funny.
Yeah, it happens in an instant. This is another one, or another weird puzzle where like, oh yeah, we need to get rid of the screwdriver. And so we just have to tell you, maybe the screwdriver is the only object you could use to jam into an escalator. That's kind of, late 90s puzzle style.
Why do you need to get rid of the screwdriver?
Because it's like the only object or like tool that you're not going to use in multiple situations. So we just wanted to remove it from inventory. Yeah. One thing I also got a little bit disappointed in seeing streamers is like many people exit the vent, immediately solve the escalator puzzle, and don't see that there's like 3 or 4 games off to the side of the food court. If I had to try again, I would pitch to have the vending machine or the claw game in this area to make sure people see that there's more games in this level.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, like, my instinct is that I see... Sorry?
You can unchain the hallway doors here.
Yeah. Like, when I saw this, I was so glad because, like, going back all the way back for the event would be such a chore.
Mm-hmm. Did Vlad want to talk about the the very excellent, suspiciously different ad on the walls. Like the two ads are so cool.
I was going to ask about them myself.
Well, I didn't do the suspiciously different or like the poster itself. They were like, we need food ideas. And so, I just was thinking like, and then essentially I mocked up like that bitey thing up in the.
Yeah, Wendy's.
I guess I did that part. That does look exactly like they just copy pasted it. But I did the little bitey, a Wendy's kind of parody, and then they did the bottom part.
Gotcha. Well, I'd love to see more of the characters kind of intertwined in the collaborative games. Like I love seeing Bitey here and also in Arcade Woe. It's a really pleasant surprise.
I'm doing my damnedest, One day I won't have to push to put Bitey into things. People just want to put them there.
Mm-hmm. We also had some, I don't know if they're in this scene, but one of the developer who made the haunted PS1 render pipeline has a friend who's a painter and made these like highly abstract, hard to parse paintings that were decorating the walls. I think mostly in the foyer, where like you look at them and they look kind of AI generated. They're like just regular paintings by hand, kind of capturing corporate art ideas.
The render pipeline was done by Pasta Future, right?
Yeah, that's Pasta's Future.
Would this be one of them right here that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're credited, I think, for paintings and credits. But it's just like an independent artist that they kind of added this decorative art dimension to the mall.
Yeah, they're fitting. Very mall-y.
Yeah, probably somewhere on additional art here.
Graham for paintings.
Ah, gotcha. Oh yeah, I remember Pasta's Future asking for that name to be included, and I believe I forgot the exact conversation for what, and now I know.
We've circled that one. Excellent. The Spectral arcade has I guess you've already covered it, but that's a good place to see the seer a little bit.
Yeah, I can do that real quick.
I think this one is probably the most sophisticated scare in terms of code because it's running for the first time. It's like kind of measuring where you are and what you're looking at in order to turn back on and off certain elements. So I think once you go up to the arcade, like the seer appears in a sheet, makes like a growling sound. Yeah, they got their like feet poking out underneath.
I was wondering how it would trigger if it was like by staring at the arcade or something else. That's what I always wondered.
This one says Cy programmed the sightline stuff, and it's like in Unity, there's like a culling system. So like for things that have animation, they have something called a skin mesh renderer component, and you can actually observe that, and like if it's loaded and active, then you know the person's looking at it. It's like kind of a cool thing you can exploit with these animated models.
My first initial thought, because I didn't see the scare until I played the full version, like it's Batman because of the silhouette.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. It's like kind of cute and scary at the same time. Like the seer is like occupying that kind of spoopy place, at least in this moment.
Yeah, that's why it is quite adorable in its own weird little way.
It's unsettling the first time, but once you realize it's not going to do anything, then it's cute.
Yeah.
It's hard for me, like, who sees the back end to, like, feel the scariness of the game when, like, you don't know what's going to be interactive, what's not, what can happen to you. You can't tickle yourself, and, like, it's very difficult to be scared by your own game.
Sorry, I just want the comment of you can't tickle yourself. That's one way to describe it.
I don't know, what is it? The spoop I put at the end of Arcade Wogan. Sometimes it's like, what is it? When I was playing with the timing, and just like when it would happen, I wasn't quite sure because like it feels like it's been about a minute or so. It should happen, and then it gets me.
There's some people that I've seen that just straight goes just out for the teleporter exit just right after getting the soul.
Well, so technically that is like the way it was intended to be. I only put the scare there just, for people who are going to stick around. It is
Yeah.
a shame. There are people who miss it, but like it was always intended to be that sort of like special bonus content for curious folk.
Gotcha. But this makes me sad because I absolutely loved the design of the demon or whatever you want to call it, like slowly rising up into the window.
I think it's called the Soul Eater.
Okay. And
Yeah, when I played it, I got that ending, and I was like legit kind of creeped out at like this kind of fun tenor just shifts into this very dark moment all at once.
yeah, I see it getting a lot of people.
Oh, there's a seer.
Yep. So I have an immediate question, and I was wondering if you did the answer. There's clearly a conversation being had in the staircase here. Could you give a rough translation of what's being said?
Okay, yeah. So I actually did this whole sequence because, yeah, I was just filling in. We knew that we needed a way to unlock the remote. And it was Sai's idea that like, okay, you have to kind of walk up or down the stairs some number of times and the remote will appear. But we needed a way to have feedback for the player that they know that something is here and it's changing as they move, right? To just pull
Right.
you along until the remote appears. So we knew that it was going to be the remote. It wasn't always going to be the remote, but we were like, okay, this is the remote's time. So I was looking for sounds on free sound. Like if you look at the credits, like there's 100 sounds from free sounds.
Yeah, I
So
noticed that.
someone on free sounds was like at a hospital, and it was like a weird 2000s TV display, and they had a remote, but the TV was like making like little blippy sounds. And this free sound entry was perfect. It was just a guy flipping through random channels on this hospital TV. So I'm just playing that.
Oh,
So I could, like, having heard the sample, like, it's just really banal things you'd hear on TV commercials and like nature programs on a loop. And it's only like, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds long. And we crunchitize almost all the audio. Like you reduce the sample rate, so everything, most of the things, if you can still make out what the sound is, we like crunch down the quality as much as possible. And that's the case with the TV. I wanted to sound like voices or a TV or something.
right.
Just sort of bending and distorting as you move up and down the stairs.
You know what's sorry, go on real quick, finish the remote thing.
No, you
Oh,
can.
yeah,
You can. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking to him.
No, I saw the Northstar Courier thing, and it reminded me of something about the models.
I can go back to it real quick.
Well, okay.
Is the Northstar Studio an original model, or does it have to be remade?
So that's sort of the thing. There were a couple of because Sai is very particular about like their art style, and that was the one thing they were worried about having me do it. Was like I don't want them to feel like they don't belong. But looking through everyone's photos, some of them look like they could belong, and the Northstar Courier one was one of them. So I asked for it, and then I got it. And then I'm like, oh, there's a lot more topology here than I thought there was. So like, I'm not saying it would have been quicker to just redo the model, but like, I did spend a lot of time like being a technical artist for I guess my own sake, and like almost all the models that I asked for, I ended up having to touch up in this little way. What is it? I could look it up, but I think the worst one I think was Future Reality. Future Reality was like just the thing they sent me was probably more like polygons than the entire mall. Because they had like, what is it? They used some code thing or whatever to make their tracks with splines. And so like just the track alone was like, I think 50,000 or 500,000. It was ridiculous. I've never seen a model that dense.
Did they give you the model table, or is that from you?
Okay, yeah, well, so yeah, I did the table bit. Technically, I did the track because, like I said, they sent me the track and it was fucked. But they sent me the track, and then I just took the texture and then placed it over a model I made of just a circle. It didn't have to be anything fancy. but the eye was mostly theirs. I just called where it wasn't going to be seen mostly. The water tower thing, or like the dam next to that on the table, that was also very like, I think 5,000. No, I might be exaggerating with 5,000, but it was a lot. Maybe 2,000, or it was still more than all of the other like models I had made for these displays. I tried to keep them around like 1K triangle, if I could, and I mostly got there with the few that I had to.
Honestly, I think Future Reality and Gob had more complicated displays.
Which one?
Gob and Future Reality, they felt like very diegetic, or like Gob kind of looked like an apple, like what they
Yeah.
use for the phone, right?
That was
Yeah.
that was what I was going for with that.
And Future Reality
all
just
of
reminded
them.
me of all the model train stores that used to be in malls.
I was about to say the same thing. That's why I love the Future Reality one so much. I think that might be my favorite displays because it reminds me of those toy train tracks.
Yeah, I liked it for that reason too. Well, again, that was one of the ones that like was probably the most work for just the technical artist side of things.
Yeah.
Because all the because they're going to be small and they didn't need to have a lot of triangles, but the size they're going to be. So it was a battle of like culling as much as I possibly could without losing like the original model. It was still quicker and easier, I think, doing it that way than like trying to make them myself. Or at least it kept them very authentic feeling.
Mm-hmm. I see so many people confused as to why they can't suddenly move in the sequence until they turn right around.
It's so good. That was also like super last minute, like in the days before launch.
One of my favorite things about the text descriptions as well is that whenever you're looking for the inventory, when you see an object of note like this television or the escalator after you pry it open with a crowbar, is that it always changes to get that little hint of like can probably be used to could probably be wedged into something or used for a television. It's something that I also really appreciate.
Yeah, we added those a little bit later because in early playtesting we realized just how obtuse a lot of the puzzle and object relationships were. And I think I remember adding to the crowbar, I could pry so many things with this. And it was very easy to go into the object and just add new lines. Like there's no limit to the amount of lines you could add.
That makes me wonder if there's like some that we haven't seen, but I'm pretty sure that we've seen a good majority of them throughout playthroughs at least.
That's very likely, yeah. I think some, for some reason, are more rare than others, but I could never explain it.
Anyway, so this is in the game now.
I feel like it.
Oh,
Oh,
did you get the full update?
I should have.
Maybe I need to test my own copy, make sure we actually launched with it.
That might be a problem.
get the bump out, come back. Just send them the file real quick. Launch it themselves.
Okay.
But yeah, I did my best on the displays to try and keep them all as diegetic as possible, although a few were like tougher than others. Like they speak, I feel I mean what was I gonna do with that? It's all flesh and stuff.
I think it came out really well because it covers like the entire display case.
Yeah,
So
I
like
like that.
from a distance it very much like sticks out.
And yeah, it is one of the more unique ones. Which no problem with that. Like I said, it's the one that doesn't feel like, or it was the one that didn't feel as much as like a display. Like I think 10 Dev Doves was the silliest one that I liked the way it came out.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, just what is it? I was just told like just make 10 Dev Doves because I hadn't played most of the demos when I was to do this. So I just had to go on based on like what the developer said they thought was important, and one of the things for them was the doves. And so I got to make it look like a taxidermy sort of thing. There's the best one, everyone's favorite. But yeah, so like, I think that is like about, like I said, I tried 1K triangles, and it used to be fucking so many, like, not the croissant, but a lot.
My copy of the game does have autumn whatever.
That's
Prelude.
really weird because it had me update the game before we went live, that's for sure. So I just assumed that it would be, you know, updated. Maybe I'm gonna close the game again real quick.
Okay. Well, I mean, one thing you can check. So, like, if you go into the game files, this is some secret arcane knowledge. Like, all of the game demo folders are just there in
All right.
the regular file structure. You'll get that missing exe if the launcher it scans the folder. It's under Swan Game. It's our very sneaky.
Okay, I'm just like trying to look for where the demo disc is.
Okay. I think
No,
I
but I'm looking
recognize-
at the wrong folder. Hold up, I'm looking at the wrong folder. That's why. Oh,
Yeah, it's where all your itch games download.
Yeah. So in underscore data,
under
that one.
okay, I'm sorry.
And streaming assets and DD03, you'll get like identifiers for all the games. And Swan Game is this, and this looks like a copy that doesn't have it. I don't know. Maybe your build's out of date. I don't know. Does the itch client tell you what version of the launcher you have?
Give
I
me
know
1 second.
sometimes itch will, like, you'll have to go manually update. It doesn't always automatically do it.
Oh, wait. It's also vaguely possible that we actually renamed the project at some point. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you're like on a completely different branch that is not being updated. It'd be kind of creepy. But your game file for Spectral Wall, which to me says that you have the most recent, more recent than it was. It used to be Demo Disc 2022.
That's so odd. I don't know what's happening. I can check for update real quick. Found new version. Okay. Let me. I'm gonna have to do this real quick.
All right. The new game is I think 1.5 gigabytes, but there shouldn't be like too much to install.
Yeah, hopefully not. Although knowing my
Actually, we did a soft launch of this Sauna game because the first version of it was so glitchy. Amos needed like a day or two, so we secretly snuck it into an update, but didn't announce it.
ooh,
And the build today had the benefit of a lot of playtesting, so it should be in a much stronger state now.
well that's exciting.
I love the demo is super solid. I was talking with Amos. He actually had to. I don't know if this is spoiling it, but it's more or less a enhanced remake of the original Sauna 2000. Sauna 2000 demo from the 2020 demo disc. Too many numbers are going on here.
They really
But
are.
it's kind of rebuilt with the new code base, a lot of the new effects, and beyond that, I don't want to spoil.
Yeah, no, if we can get Amos on, I would like to save it for his appearance before we give ourselves too much away, because I'm like holding back very specific things I've loved about the original demo or whatnot. For those who
Awesome.
might not have experienced it yet.
Yeah, I would say in terms of organization, like the number of compounding commitments that landed on Amos, I feel like that was probably the biggest failure of the project because he does all the video production. He was doing some of the organizational help with the launcher, and he was doing a demo. He's doing EEC3 and some of the launcher work as well. So he was delivering like 3 times plus the amount that a lot of us were putting in here.
Right.
And when we decided to make the demo disc for 2022 release with EEC3, we thought it was buying us more time, but it was really making things inconvenient for Amos. So I don't know when we're going to launch the next demo disc, but I think we have to make sure to stagger these events to keep the compounding labor issue down.
Or maybe perhaps next time, if Amos is going to have a demo, then stagger them. I don't know. Do they have a demo every year?
They did, yes. They Well, that's also kind of a spoiler. I don't know. Amos has been involved in every demo disc. I'll say that.
Okay. But yeah, part of the workload, part of the process of like helping create the demo disc and having, you know, the access to the behind the scenes sort of things. Like the one thing, like I always felt so bad for Amos and Cy because they were clearly struggling with things, and then there was just stuff that I wish I could do to help in the meantime, but especially me as a non-dev, just unsure what to do besides just hope things work out for the best and provide as much moral support as I can.
Yeah, definitely. I think that delaying the release was a very good decision.
Oh, 100%.
What I feel like we needed more and should address in the future is like developers need to be more forthcoming with like if they're experiencing issues or if they feel like a delay needs to happen. We need to communicate about that earlier so we can plan around it. So like I know one thing that was really frustrating is we were announcing release dates and then not hitting them and then re-announcing release dates. So I think like maybe in the future we'll finish the entire project on our own schedule, so it's not going to crunchitize our souls,
Right.
and then we'll have some amount of time to promote. Like it could be like a week or 2 weeks, and we'll have a finished product by the time we're promoting, so we're not going to be in this immense crunch cycle. And
I'm
the other
also
thing is we're moving away a little bit from putting the years in the demo discs because we're already almost half a year behind when we would have shipped it, right? Like we
right.
would normally have shipped in March, we shifted to summer, and if we continue to push back, then that means we can't hit the every year cycle. So we need to walk away from that a little bit.
I know there was before like the fiasco happened. The original idea for like combining them was E3 demo disc would be like the first half of the year, and Madvent would be the big thing in the second half of the year, and then it would just be the two big things. That doesn't seem to be how it's gonna shake out.
I think Madvent is already pretty well organized, and like just dealing with the demos, like we had a curation team, which I think it was like 60 submissions that we got down to around 20.
Yep.
And this year I was very happy to not have to do that work. I had to do that in 2021. I filled in for someone, and it's more work than it seems, especially because you're trying to help some devs along with like bug fixes and testing and trying to coordinate all these changing variables. It's a lot.
Oh no, I definitely agree. I'm not saying that the Madvent has all that, and I am happy with like where the Madvent is in terms of workload. Hopefully, all I have to do this year is just focus on like the art, and then making sure everyone else gets their stuff in on time.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Madvent is the evolution of the game jam. Like we kind of stopped doing the game jams, and so like the kind of outlet for small releases, I think can get collected into Madvent and released as a nice product. And when looking at like the analytics and the numbers, like Madvent is doing about as well as any other release from the community. So it's incredibly popular.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. But I mean, I know it does have like a jam sort of vibe to it. That is sort of what I want Madvent to kind of be, as like a treat for everyone, just something easy, something to experiment with, like smaller things that you might not get to do otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I know Brogan is thinking about or is planning on doing the Halloween jam still, just because I guess like that was like the big thing HPS1 used to do before we started doing everything else.
Yeah, I don't think we have a jam in 2021.
We had one in the summer shivers. I know that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if there was any prior to that off the top of my head, but I did play a few games for that, so definitely can confirm.
No, mostly ended up always kind of being like the summer jam the last couple of years. I think 2020 was like the most jam packed, where we had like the weekend jam, and then there was a summer jam. And was there a Halloween jam that year? Or did like I think the summer jam might have overtaken it, just because they were so both a month.
I seem to remember someone like there were a few people who were somewhat inside, somewhat outside the community, and like I think there was like a hunting jam that replaced the winter jam, or not winter, Halloween jam. just had like a way different theme?
I took part in the 2020 hunting jam that I think Bonsai hosted, and that was like in March. It was right around the same time as the weekend jam, which is why it become great too. Like, and we're made back to back.
I seem to remember like hunting jam, weekend jam, and then there's like a 2-minute jam. Like, they were overlapped. I don't remember.
2-minute jam.
Yeah, in my head, like they kind of were in a sequence, but I feel like they were a lot of them were actually happening at the same time.
They were all kind of like back to back. And then what is it? That year started off with the demo disc, like just hey, it's January, we're gonna do a demo disc in a month. Get your shit together.
That was nuts. Yeah, I didn't even get to talk to Bryce a lot because Bryce also super crunched to deliver stuff for 2021 launcher, but I think he also had a lot of code that he was able to reuse. And 2021 was designed not to be so overwhelming with the art assets, but Bryce did make all those rooms, which I felt turned out really cool.
It's like one of my, I think it was like everybody's favorite part of the 2021 done with this specifically, like outside the games, was just seeing, just giving this preview of what game you're about to play in this walking environment.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was really good, and I think a lot of what I find cool about the launchers is when they do get these kind of bespoke art pieces that reflect the contributions.
Yeah.
Like we'll have a discussion about that. And I agree, like for future launchers, I would like to center that kind of artwork more. Or like for Madvent, we had the stained glass doors on the cabins.
Right.
Really kind of elevate and symbolize whatever the game is. And even like, I don't know, we could even do crazy stuff. Maybe not gonna happen, but like instead of having 1 or 2 people crunch out all of the assets, like could you have each developer make another developer's object, right? If they're contributors, like, could you distribute that task a little bit? I know it would become less coherent, but I'd be excited to see like, okay, do you have to make like a wood sculpture model that's inspired by someone else's game? Like what could that look like?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Santa kind of thing. I don't know, at least with Madvent, I usually just have everyone do their own windows. And they come in varying qualities because everyone's not exactly a 2D artist, and especially not like a stained glass 2D artist. I think one of my favorite ones was like Mother Christmas or whatever, where it was just kind of a window into a house, and it was very cute. I liked that one because it was unique and different.
Mm-hmm.
It's conversations making me want to play Madvent again, I will admit.
I know.
It's a good game.
It really is.
We're gonna have to do a Honeycast for Madvent.
Oh god.
No rush.
I mean, getting like 20 or so people, technically more because I had more than one person per dev team even, was already enough of a struggle. I don't think I can do a full 25 even. I'm just gonna see if this can work real fast. Is there any last things about the mall that you guys want to make before we head off to our first tactical game, which will be 10 Dead Doves?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like most of my contributions were covered. I can't speak to like the art direction and a lot of the pre-planning. I was actually not a part of that. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty satisfied with my contribution as far as commentary goes.
Yeah, I what is it? I don't have a lot because, as I mentioned, I only got in like at the very last second. I didn't even think I should have been here, but Sai was adamant, thought that I should be. I appreciate that
Sorry,
about
2000.
Oh.
Autumn Night Prelude.
Yeah, no. Well, just that I need to take time to look at all of the objects in the mall because I actually haven't like walked around and seen them all yet. See how they came out or like how they look. Actually, what I'm curious about is what the devs thought about their little vignettes. Outside of like the ones that sent me models, I would be curious how happy everyone was with their table.
That's a question I didn't think to ask any of them specifically as I'm going through this. I could maybe ask our last two devs here 10 Dead Doves and Northstar Courier for their thoughts and opinions. But
well, no, is one of the ones that send me their bike, and I don't think they know how much technical work I put into it.
That's kind of the nature of the beast, unfortunately.
You fixed your bike.
Well, somewhat. What is it? Because when I play Northstar Prelude, the camera gets like up under the so it can get up under the moped, and so then you get to see all its guts, which aren't really anything. They're just sort of, the back sides of whatever. But like to save on like triangles, the wheels I toned down, and I cut one of the wheels in half because you only I thought you'd only see it from like that side. In the mall, you only see it from the top.
Right.
But with the free camera, you can get it up under there. So I think it fixed is a strong word. It works good for the game, and that's all it needs to do.
All right, let me rephrase the question of, I guess I didn't know that you were work at a bike repair shop.
Yeah, it's been all morning because I don't have a car. I ride a bike everywhere.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you two for coming on. I really appreciate all the insight into it because I definitely had lots of questions to ask about this.
Well, thank you for having us. I appreciate your coverage.
Yeah, no problem. It's a shame that Sai could have joined because they were really excited to be here. I'm not sure where they are, but like I said, if I will be returning to the demo disc, and maybe I can get some of their just responses and feedback as well. But
I'm sure that if you get Ron, he'll have a completely complimentary track of commentary on them all. I think I only really covered the tech and organization stuff.
But it's still very interesting to hear, and I appreciate having that behind the scenes kind of look into it. So
awesome! I guess I'll bundle up and head out.
All right,
man.
Thanks
for having me again. Always a joy to hang out and talk with you.
Yeah, it should definitely make it more of a regular thing on my end to come in and just casually talk on the server as well.
I mean, I actually do that more too. I didn't start doing that until the demo disc started becoming a thing, or the problem started to show, and so I started hanging out a bit more. And then for the launch and everything, I was hanging out, and I like that. It's social stuff I don't get so much in real life as of right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully I'll see you on the server then.
Alrighty, toodles.
All right, toodles. Mark will be back in a minute. Okay. Our next developers will be here very shortly. We'll be having Mark and Sean, who we will also be playing as, so that's exciting. Yeah, Mark went to get water. I don't blame him. I have mine here. Hi, Mark. Hi, Sean. Let me just turn you guys up a little bit. Yeah, welcome.
Glad to be here.
Thank you for having us.
Feel free to introduce yourselves in your game real quick.
Okay, my name is Mark Byron 2. We are making a game called 10 Dead Doves. It's a little bit quirked up, it's a little bit weird. It's kind of cinematic, it's kind of, to be fair, it's a little bit terrifying.
The one thing I do appreciate about having the last two games being 10 Dead Doves and Northstar Courier, which I feel like I both have a lot of things to talk and ask about, and they're both very, very weird games.
Okay, that's good. I feel like there's a high bar to have something really bizarre at the end.
Yeah, so let's get started. And you're probably gonna know what the first question I'm going to ask is.
No, I did not do amphetamines.
I don't think we have meth.
I did not. During this production, I did not ingest any amphetamines into my system.
No, I was gonna ask if you guys can do the intro that just played.
Oh,
Would it
dang,
be
we
up
have Daniel. Okay.
Oh man.
We also don't have
10. Okay, Sean, you get it. This is bad.
That in a call is in real life. Oh god.
Oh. We did it on like the piano that Daniel had like right next to his microphone. It was not good.
I imagine there's a piano that we're probably hearing on the main menu screen here as well.
But yeah, I think you could hear the reverb from the piano in every single voice recording that we have of this game.
Oh,
Like there's just a slight ping that the reverberation of the room has when it like hits the piano.
well, when
Piano string.
if I play this game in my own time, I'm definitely gonna try to hear that for
But
myself.
just keep an ear out.
But no. Let's go back.
Oh, fully completed save file.
I don't think that even does anything, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I think it'll take you to the void. We originally wanted to have something happen if you reload the like end game save. We were gonna have like Mark and Sean just chilling on lawn chairs if you come back, but we didn't have the time.
Just be like, I imagine they would say like, "Oh, you're back."
Yeah, it's pretty
Please
much
don't
what it
leave us
was. I think
again.
Sean wanted to have like a tent setup that they had or something.
To set up a tent. That's fantastic.
Yeah, they just got a like, little nice setup in the void wherever this is.
And speaking of the void, the one thing that I wasn't expecting when in curation was this opening set like environment here. I went into your
that
game
was-
completely blind, and I was just immediately blown away by just this entire set piece.
Yeah, this was interesting to figure out. This was, I think, one of the first things that we did. Sean, can you fact check me on that? I think this is one of the first things we did.
Yeah, this is like the second level that we've made. The first one.
Okay.
Was the end of the demo. So,
Okay, yeah. We had we did do like a whole gameplay loop essentially of that next level that's after the demo. And then we went with this.
Okay.
We actually, I think Act 1 was like a last minute. We decided to spend some time polishing it up, which I think was all for the best because we didn't have anything before that. But now we actually have a foundation to, somebody said that he runs like he has a dirty diaper, and it's gonna be forever stuck in my head.
Yeah, I saw that you posted like a sort of like read/response to just some of the weird comments that this game got,
Yeah.
and I had a laugh out of it too.
Well, a surprising. I mean, Sean, I don't know. You and Daniel feel the same way, but there was a surprising amount of positive feedback. Like, I was kind of expecting mixed reactions, to be honest, and it was like pretty overwhelmingly positive. With just even like the people that didn't like it were funny about it. It wasn't like I got death threats to my house or anything.
Oh, that's
Well,
good
yeah.
to hear.
Anyway,
I don't want that to happen. That's for sure.
I'm not gonna speak that into existence, but.
Also, the one
Sean,
thing, just I'm sorry. If Sean wants to add anything, go right on ahead.
Yeah, feel free to.
I'm just sitting here listening. I'm kind of like a listener at this point, but I do agree with Mark that we were or at least in my case, I was expecting a lot of negative feedback because, in my opinion, the character models are probably one of the ugliest things I've ever made. In my opinion, from an artistic perspective, they are god awful. Like, but at the same time, they're one of my best creations.
I can't get it.
So they're so weird.
I just can't quite get a good look at Mark over here to do that because there's a lot of shadow in this area. I really like how expressive. I really do like how expressive their faces are, though. I think it like adds a certain element to it.
Yeah, I just got done writing some answers for an interview that we had, and I had to go into detail about Sean's like 2-week bender of absolute despair because both Mark and Sean have, I think, 36 different expressions that we had to take photo reference for. So, like 12 emotions with 3 different variants of like the open mouth, closed mouth, half open mouth. So 12 different emotions. So over 72 expressions he had to edit and wrap onto the characters. So that's fun. I had to do quite a bit of. I did a bit of Photoshop. I had to Photoshop some things, but overall, Sean did the brunt of the manial
They're
labor.
still not done. Like I'm dreading the day I have to go back and edit them again, but they're not done.
I could imagine.
A few little silly proportion issues. It's just some emotions we don't use as often as others because they need a little bit of tweaking, but we're still
Now you tell
perfecting
me
that.
after we finish the demo. Now you tell me that. Thank you.
No. No, it's an ongoing process. I do like how the Ren looks in this. We did storyboard all of this stream out actually, so that's where a lot of the strong like visual direction comes from. We just storyboarded out things that would look cool,
Huh.
and then
Is it with like
Those
pen and
strong-
paper, or is it like
yeah,
online
we just
source?
threw a bunch of note cards down and just like doodled it out.
That would be something I would
I
really be
actually-
interested in seeing at some point. Maybe not now, but
Yeah.
like something on Twitter even.
Yeah, we were gonna post some concept art later down the line. I mean, probably soon, but we have a few concepts to show. But also, I have a box under my bed of just all the real life props we've made. I think we'll probably put an art book together eventually, because I mean, we make a lot of real life props for this game, and I don't know, it'd be silly to not at least show them off a little bit. But it's a ton of storyboard stuff too, like real life cards. We had like a whole cork board with like the red line, like you do like a conspiracy board. We had that out for a while.
It didn't really do much though. I don't think it really helped at
Well,
all.
we still have pictures of it somewhere.
I
think we
imagine-
have a cool-
Imagine you at least recreated that one meme shot. I forgot what show it is from off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, the one where the guy's like, he's like pointing at the board.
Yes.
And... yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Before we leave this environment into the primary game, I just want to mention I love this creature design with the bird-like beak and the elongated fingers.
Thank you. That was a duo process. I did the concept and Sean did the execution in the model. I also wrote this in the interview that I was just writing out, but I remember pitching it as a mix of No Face from Spirited Away, the Majora's Mask salesman, and Spy from Spy vs. Spy. And I think he has a little bit of Slender Man in him too.
Yeah,
but-
that's who I was thinking of. I was trying to remember what character it reminded me of. It's Spy vs. Spy.
A few people did catch on, so I'm glad that happened. But
Speaking of, we should probably start.
oh no, this is.
Oh, there's the face, baby. The one that everybody
Who the
hates.
hell gave you
I watched a stream by someone called Tomato, and he said like that scene happened, and he said that Mark reminded him of in face and body shape of Adam Driver. I think that's the scariest thing I've ever heard.
I will say the one thing is that I love Sean's character so much, and how much of his smarmy asshole you guys wrote him as. No offense to Sean here.
No relation to the real life person. These are fictional characters, of course.
Yeah, I think like the only like as far as I remember back for like how characters work for this is that we kind of took our real life traits and made them so much worse.
Oh yeah. Okay, I remember that. I always pitched Mark as the most pathetic man on the face of the earth. So a lot of the gameplay elements play into that. Like he can barely, he's like can barely walk anywhere. He's like a pitiful man in body and spirit. He's I don't know, he has no soul essentially. He's so depressing hulk of a depressing husk of a being. And that plays into things later. But it also on a Ludo narrative standpoint, I mean Mark could never hold his own if they were like Resident Evil zombies or anything. Like I think he could barely survive just walking through the woods. but
The one thing that I see is that the jokes, let me rephrase that sentence. The not coke joke over here, Awakacock, like, gets everybody that I see.
Okay, so half of these these jokes are all Sean's department because I did not.
Like, Mark was just telling me, Sean makes some food, and I made 4 food props, all with varying results. Like, we got wax mix right here.
So that picture on Wax Mix is actually a Supreme pizza, but you don't really know that when you're looking at it. So it just looks like a disgusting picture of like a wax. You just get like a mental image that is maybe too disturbing.
Oh man, okay, I can't pull it back out. Oh my god, that is a Supreme pizza.
It
It
really
totally looks like the nastiest pile of earwax you've ever seen.
That's perfect. I was like, so I actually didn't even know that I never visited the inventory screen whatsoever. I never noticed that these all had descriptions.
Yeah, that's one. Okay, yeah, that's one thing I wanted to tackle. I don't think a lot of people have opened the inventory, let alone read the descriptions. But some people that have, I appreciated it. Is that I wanted to give a bit of personality to every like item description in the game, just as like a, I don't know, more burden on myself. But I also thought it was fun challenge. I wanted like every element of our game, I think, is important to have something that's weirdly specific, because that's really how you get something unique, is by not being generic. Like even in our what would be generic items, we have to be a little bit weirdly specific. So instead of just like some food items, it's like wax mix, and then the like description talks about like the weirdest food flavors that companies will come out with, or the jerky that has like a commercial in the description, like a Super Bowl commercial. I mean,
Wait, what?
It feels like a. In retrospect, all these feel like a commentary on the weird like sex sells attitude of like the 2000s media that you'd see with like the ladies in bikinis like selling Whoppers or whatever. I don't think that was intentional, but it totally comes off that way. So I'll roll with it and just pretend that we were doing that on purpose.
Yeah, we totally planned for that. Yep.
We were totally doing that on purpose.
Totally. What about these two the poster and news clipping article there?
Oh, yo, Leonard. I'm excited to show more about Leonard later.
Ooh.
Leonard has his own little sub-story. We got a few side plots going on that will kind of tie into stuff, but... So these are all real-life props, by the way. They're much bigger than they are in the game, but... like... Sean created some. He did create a certain radio poster we won't talk about right now, but...
Okay.
That one, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But a lot of the process is me in like Clip Studio, making one of these, and then printing it out in real life and destroying it by either rubbing it in mud or crunching it up. So yeah, it's like a real life process to this, and the voice actor here is actually my brother. So he sounds kind of similar. It kind of sounds me doing a slightly different voice, but it's actually my brother.
Yeah, because I was wondering if that was you putting on a voice, but hearing that it's your brother also makes quite a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, this is
Fun
a
fact about
fun
like
character.
the character Miles is that Daniel,
Oh,
a
yeah.
musician who sadly couldn't be here because of work constraints.
Oh.
Like that character model is based off of him, and I just fattened him up a lot. And then we got his brother to do the voice for it, and
So yeah, we ended up with a really confusing situation where Miles voices Daniel's portrayal, but Daniel voices Miles's portrayal. So it gets really confusing. Like Miles's face is Daniel's character, but Daniel voices Daniel. But okay, now I'm just getting confused myself, but I think the idea was we did that on purpose to be confusing, but now it's just confusing in general.
I mean, I guess it works.
Absolutely. I guess if we're going for confusing. Setting up all these faces was an interesting process too, because we set up some shape keys for the full open mouth, and making sure all the systems worked for like swapping between facial like texture sheet. Like we were essentially scrolling texture coordinates on keyframes in the UE4 sequencer. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but that's the way that I found out how to do it. So maybe we're life hacking our way through a video game, but it works for what we're doing right now.
Yeah. I also have quite a bit to say about the wanted poster there as well. That I'm holding back just for like mock-up tension here.
Yeah.
I wonder what it took to
I did write a bit about that as well for this upcoming interview. But
Oh, okay.
You know what I meant. The guys who built that shit. The Valley Authority.
Alright, tone it down.
I still
this
love
is-
that one comment saying that they were like in some kind of like sarcasm convention or something along those lines.
yeah, they met at a Snarky Jerks convention.
That's what it was.
That was Barry. But yeah, I mean it's true. That definitely comes off that way.
Did you know?
For this scene, we actually just took the van and threw it under the map, and I just had a bunch of like tree PNGs scrolling. I just copied the keyframes over and over. It's a
Interesting.
bit roundabout way to do it, but I think it kind of
I
works.
mean, it worked.
Sounds good.
A lot of people didn't notice, so it worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you look in general in the chat, that is a picture of Sean Michael Millard with hamburger dough.
Great.
Oh, and I
We better start
don't want
walking.
to at least cut the voice acting here.
Sean, we graduated from the Paleolithic.
I absolutely
So
love this scene.
we went through a couple iterations, I think, in our writing process.
At least I know.
I think originally we had dialogue, and then we rewrote it, and then we recorded scratch dialogue, and then we rewrote that, and then in the booth itself, when on the final day,
Hmm.
we were tweaking it on the fly, and we made a few tweaks. Still, we had a ton of playtesters.
That's relevant.
I know some people are still a bit they find the dialogue quite quirky, but I think it's in the way we can roll with it, because it's that uncanny valley kind of vibe.
I have to ask if the part about Mark making the mistake of confusing the first rope hiking and getting lost, was that scripted or was that just something on the fly?
I think that was scripted, but it totally could be me messing up, because we had a few funny stories like that. Like for the first scene in that first dream, Sean's line was about his Vans cup holder, but he kept saying Cam's cup holder.
You have to bring
He
that.
said it. Well, he said it like 7 times in a row, and I started like laughing about it. And then I tried to quote the line, and I messed it up 3 times in a row. So it was like an info hazard that I started flubbing the line and saying Can's cup holder. Yeah, if you go to Sean's license plate, there's actually a fun little.
Right.
Sean is a fan of
Little fun
tacky
fact
van
about this
vehicles.
van is that that's actually my real life car. Like, we just took pictures of my crappy van and we're just like, okay, yeah, that's the car they'll drive. That works, yeah.
Yeah, that works. I remember Sean, I don't know if you got mad, but you did notice that I used the wrong car sound effects.
Oh, I didn't get mad. I was just like, okay, it's a Honda sound. Why is a Honda playing on my minivan? Like,
I'm not a car guy, so I had no clue what you're talking about. I was like, okay.
and Sean
So
is just standing 15 feet away.
Yeah. Well, that's what you realize is that Sean acts like, they act like they hate each other, but Sean for real, a real one, because I mean he's waiting for Mark, and then later in the chase scene, he waits for Mark again, like they're being chased by a monster.
Yeah, like he
So-
he decides to save Mark first
Unless you're somehow a different
when he
Right.
got to the gate.
Right,
Before
right,
he-
yeah.
I mean, that could be interpretive though, because it may have just been that Sean didn't think that Mark could lift him. That may have been.
Oh, maybe.
Also, I just wanted to
Maybe.
mention that like I see so many people that's trying to get behind Sean and immediately get stuck.
Right, yeah. That happened a few times. I had to push a patch. I don't know if it got pushed to the disc itself, but I had to fix quite a few getting stuck on tree bugs. But that one animation where Sean gets up off of a log, that's the only Mixamo animation that we've used. Everything else we made from scratch, but I don't know, we just decided to get an animation of him getting up off a chair for that log thing. I think we just got tired.
Yeah, that was. I think that was after like a 2-week-long animation grind, and I was just like, I
Yeah.
don't want to do it anymore. Let me sleep,
You weren't even
please.
walking the right way.
Yeah, just oh yeah, this is great. We had one guy
Traffic.
who played through, and this was like right up his alley, but he noticed that Sean had walked on the wrong side of the road before Mark pointed it out, and right after he pointed it out, Mark pointed it out,
That's so good.
and some of the details, a lot of people don't pick up on some of these details, which I it's fine, but if you do and that happens to you, I imagine it might be a kind of a cool experience.
Been a long time since my ears
But-
like this.
Yeah.
That's to say, the point of this game is to teach people safety rules about being lost in the wilderness and what not to do. Like, don't walk through the woods and see a scary stepladder.
I have quite a bit to say about the step ladder specifically, that scene, because I also want to go through my interpretation of that scene of like how I kind of internalize it. I was wondering how much
Yeah.
of it like matched up with how it was written, I guess.
Yeah, we have that's quite a standout point in this demo. I think some people find it very interesting, but if you want to go up that hill, some people have missed that, so I added a light. But well, one thing I have to point out is that steak advertisement that you just saw. That's a real
Yeah.
advertisement. I just edited that. Like that is actually a real advertisement. I see a lot of people really confused about why a haircut place is giving you steak.
Yeah, it's a
But
steak
that's
cuts and
real. It's actually
haircuts.
Yeah,
Makes
no, that's
sense.
actually real. That's like that's the most legit thing about this game. But and then okay, this up here, this newspaper article about the ant farm. Originally, we had people confused about the ant farm, like they knew it was a mystery, but they didn't know what to expect. So we had to kind of present them with, okay, well, this is a mystery, and the mystery is that nobody knows what it is. So we gave them a bunch of options, mainly to say that there's a lot of conflicting information about this, this ant mill, this ant farm. So we decided to also stick it up here because I didn't want to put a lore dump right on the road. And I know Sean has seen plenty of playtesters do it, but we split it up into 3 pieces because originally it was just one big piece, and it was the giant block of text anyone's ever seen.
Okay.
Sean, if you have any input on anything, but
I'll be honest, my mind just went blank for a second there. I lost everything I was gonna say.
were you gonna say
fine.
something about the ant farm or the playtesters, or
I think I was trying to remember how we came up with the name Ant Farm, and then it just I kind of funny trail in my head and forgot. Wasn't that another shower thought, or was that like?
It might have been another shower thought, but I think it was related to certain details of the itself.
Yeah, okay. I
Gotcha.
remember now. Can't talk about that until the game's out.
Ah, come on, Sean.
Confidential information.
Yeah, like before the interview, Mark was telling me, Sean, don't spoil anything. I'm like, okay, I gotta really rein it in, because I'll say something and then people won't realize that I just spoiled the entire game by accident.
I mean,
So anyway, Mark is
just
a-
pretend that it's like pre-production thing.
Mark is a
Yeah.
professional sous chef, and Sean is a part-time shark salesman, and they get lost on a yacht and out in the middle of the ocean, and then Mark leaves a deserted island, and he has some albatross soup, and he pulls out a gun,
Miles to go.
and after tasting the
I'm
soup,
walking 3 miles.
What are you sorry, that's
talking
it.
about?
Okay, I'll have to explain later, but
I'm also just listening and
Explain
just
now.
like complete awe of just like what are you talking about?
I have to point out this detail that a lot of people said that 3 miles is not far, and I did a lot of hiking when I was younger. I know 3 miles is not far, but it kind of plays into Mark's. Mark is the most pathetic man on the face of the earth, and Sean is being a real one right here because Sean is carrying all the stuff. That's a detail that I think.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're making him carry everything. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Don't even try to excuse yourself out of that one.
Yeah. Completely representative of me in real life. But the albatross soup thing. That's like a thought game where it's a puzzle that I played recently. Where you basically ask yes or no questions to solve the albatross soup puzzle.
Yes, I actually remember what you're talking about now. Yeah, now I get it. It clicked in my head.
I won't get into it now because it took me like 15 minutes, but it just anyone watching this look up albatross soup and then quiz your friends. It's pretty fun.
I haven't heard of that in a while.
All else, I'm a promise keeper.
Yeah, that and there was another one about a cabin, but I won't go into that one either. I don't know. I'm talking about riddles and puzzles right now. The stepladder.
Stepladder.
The scene that had to be changed like 4 times because it didn't make sense or it was overtly funny for no reason.
That's one thing. So many people laughed at this scene. So many people laughed. We had to change it.
It's just.
That's why. I think it has a really funny. It almost has a room, like a quality of like The Room to it, or somebody said Deadly Premonition. And that it's kind of so self-serious that it's hilarious, and I'm totally gonna pretend that that's what we were going for.
That's what I really liked about it, was that I also thought it was funny when I was first playing this for curation. I was like, huh, that's funny. There's a random stepladder out of woods. It even has a spotlight hanging over it. And then I was like, oh, they're not laughing about that.
Yeah. That's the good old fun of doing horror comedy. But that and if you inspect this stepladder here.
Yeah, its very presence unnerves me.
Yeah, he's so serious about it. Which I think it's like some people find it completely unnerving and some people find it completely hilarious. And I think that's probably for the best.
It went from hilarious to unnerving to me, because then I started to ask like myself while playing later on, like, is this related to what happened to Charlie, whoever they are, the other character that Sean and Mark mention in passing every now and then. And that's really good because it makes me curious about like what the direction of the full game will be, especially introducing like this random horror comedy moment early on.
Yeah, that's one thing that we are setting up, is a lot of stuff in the demo is it gets paid off later. I mean pretty much everything gets paid off. I wouldn't set it up if I wasn't gonna pay it off, but
yeah, of course.
But we did. I think we made a point to have more comedy in the beginning, so that when you take it away, it's more unnerving. Because you'll see like Mark and Sean stop bickering and they stop cracking jokes like right about here, and it kind of might put some people on edge. Also, we had so many people wanting to stick their heads in this pipe.
Everybody wanted to stick their head in that pipe. Everyone I watched, and then they were disappointed that Mark says no.
Sean, do we want to talk about what we wanted to have in the pipe?
Oh, you mean the raccoon PNG?
Yeah. Okay. We wanted to have it so that if you stuck your head in, it was just like the van thing. You'd sit there for a while, and if you sat there long enough, just like a raccoon PNG just like scurries by. It's like a stupid jump scare. But
Would it have a scare cord and everything, or would it just be completely quiet?
yeah, like a and just like a PNG.
I love it. Now I'm sad that was removed.
I don't think we ever had the time to put it in though.
Yeah, we didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we.
Well, the
We had a
concept, the
few
concept of
details
it.
that- yeah, we had a few details here that we added when we had the time. Like a lot of the side content here. I mean, still it's pretty linear, but there was some side content that we added because we had a little bit of extra time. Like the trash wasn't there originally, which a lot of people comment about the trash.
Yeah, because I was just going to find a good time to ask about that. If it was something to be, like, that was originally going to be included in the demo that was removed, or just, like, general foreshadowing of it.
Yeah, so the trash. Mark is an absolute goody two shoes. He loves cleaning. He loves being an environmentalist. He's gonna pick up every piece of trash on the face of the earth. I just thought it was funny to have to instill like proper hiking etiquette into the people that play this game.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing to include.
Oh, I don't know if anyone, Sean. I don't know if anyone's noticed these.
If I'm not back in 10 minutes.
You know what I'm talking about, Sean?
Are you talking about that thing? That
Yeah. So when you walk into the gas station here, I don't think anyone's actually picked it up yet. But something scurries by those two windows,
Oh, I didn't see that just now.
and actually, there's something that's been watching you the entire time, out in the woods, and I don't think a single person has caught on to it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything, like, no one's pointed out, like, those subtle things that have been there. the whole
Yeah.
time. Which is good, because they're subtle enough that means no one can see.
Yeah. There's a bit of like a Mario Galaxy 2 like Hell Valley Sky Trees moment going on.
Oh,
Like earlier in this place, there's actually something that's been
okay.
watching me the entire time. I don't think anyone's caught on to it at all yet.
how
but I'll
far
leave
back is it? Like,
it's near the stake
Okay.
advertisement.
okay. Because now I'm gonna have to look back for my footage to see if I can find it, or maybe do a fresh save. Because
Yeah,
now I'm
it's,
curious.
It's very subtle. It.
I was gonna.
Shall we do-
I know. I was gonna mention the booty thing because I see
Oh,
that
yeah.
catches everybody off guard, but then Sean's little animation here was actively distracting me.
That booty making Sean act up right now.
Yeah, and my favorite character, Hamburger Dough.
So Sean, do you want to tell the story of Hamburger Dough?
Please tell me the story of Hamburger
Yeah.
Dough.
Okay, so originally there wasn't going to be like a story of a psycho killer in this story. I think we were trying to avoid that because it was a trope in horror. But then one day, actually for a lot of the days, I just start like going out my own little zone, and I tend to ignore what Daniel and Mark are talking about. So I'm just sitting there with one of the note cards that we have lying around to write down like story notes or ideas, and I just start drawing this random character. And then I put a little party hat on him, and I went, wait, that's actually horrifying. What if we do Hamburger Dough? I don't know where I got the name from, but that's how that started, and Mark's just slowly come around to it over time, and then it just got put in the game.
I love him.
Yeah,
He's
so-
adorable.
That's the actual sketch. We scanned it in and I just threw it on a wanted poster and like I have the original postcard somewhere under my bed, but
I just love how super serious the text of it is with the juxtaposition of the QC cartoon character.
right. Well, that's another moment I think catches people off guard is that they see the Hamburger Dough and they laugh, and then about 5 seconds later, after inspecting the note, the trash can falls over in the distance,
Right.
and it catches a lot of people off guard, which I think is funny. Just the idea of like someone laughing at something stupid, and then the like immediate horror coming around, like, oh wait, this might actually be legit. But
And that's just what I love about this game's writing, just in general. is that it just combines the two elements, and it just raises so many more questions the more you play.
Yeah, I was very happy about. We did have one article about that. So far. About. Let me see if I can find the exact quote.
Power was
All right.
thinking we could phone for help. Just the operator.
A lot of
It
people
was
commented
by-
on the radio too. They're like, radio needs power to work with the microphone. Like,
Oh yeah, we had. We had. Okay. We had one guy that clicked on the radio, and Mark was like, "We need to phone for help," and he's like, "That's not how a radio works." Okay, so they said,
Shout out back.
horror comedies remarkably challenging balance to strike. Too much horror and the comedy is a distraction. Too much comedy and the horror feels forced. Ten Dead Doves gripped me for the entirety of its runtime with a perfect balance between the two, and the most bewildering part is I'm not entirely sure it was trying to. So they're probably talking about the stepladder thing, but oh, can we talk about that? Okay, so
Yes,
when
yes.
Sean says, okay, so when Sean says boo, this was an extra detail that we added. There's just an AI glitch where Sean will like, when you're in the like back room here, Sean will just walk off into the distance, and then just come back. So playtesters like got unnerved by it anyway, so we just added a dialogue where Sean says boo, and then I don't know, it made people they got a bit more annoyed at Sean.
Just
there was that one streamer that said he was gonna punch Sean's throat out or something.
Oh yeah.
And now comes arguably the most challenging part of the demo for a lot of people.
Well, some
Yeah.
people, yeah. Some people don't know the secret.
no, they do not. I remember trying to help somebody out with this because I forgot where to find it, but I was like, I know it's here somewhere, but they never found a note.
So originally there weren't numbers there. It was just like squares, but people thought that they had to make it match the squares, and it became way more complicated.
Jeez.
So I just put the number sequence there. You don't actually have to do it in that sequence. You just have to push those you just have to push those buttons. But I just put the sequence there. Oh, maybe.
Oh shit. Am I still live on Twitch right now?
It said offline, but now I've got an ad, so...
Okay, I'm now back online. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm also sorry for this screen. I was just making episode share. That's annoying.
all
My
good.
internet sometimes just cuts out and bees absolute garbage. Almost as garbage as all these cans and bottles flying around.
Hey, yeah, I feel you. I only recently, like, they just put fiber in my neighborhood, like, after 20 years.
Doesn't seem to be broken.
So, I finally got to move to the future.
The power's
I live right next door to him, and I don't have fiber, so I feel everything.
Right. But yeah, that the We Can Make Your Dreams Come True is a pretty last-minute addition, but there's also some details that nobody has seen yet. Like, for example, there's different dialogue if you don't look at the ant farm map, and there's actually different dialogue if you don't look at the hamburger dough poster when running through the game.
Really?
Yeah, and obviously people want to look at everything, so they often don't see that. But I figured there needed to be like accounting for a situation where you didn't look at the map. So if you don't look at the ant farm map here, for example, instead of Mark saying that he had a map all along, there's actually a line that I think actually works better. I think Sean says, "Do you feel like something's watching us?" Or do you ever get the feeling that something's watching us? And then Mark's like, "No, what do you mean?" And then the tree falls down. It's slightly scarier version of the line, but it's just a slight
That
variant.
map, it's been here all along.
But I also do
We
like
had
the
a
desperation in Mark's voice as well when he says he found a map.
Yeah, we had a bit of fun in the studio doing all this. Some of these lines came out like they're sounding by accident, but they were so like perfect that for what we were going for.
Yeah, like when you get this jump scare up here and Sean yells, "What the hell?" That line is actually an outtake that wasn't supposed to be in there.
I love it though. I love the delivery of that. It was so
the
perfect.
funniest part though was it was basically just me screaming different variants of that. So like, what the hell, you know, just different swear variants of that. And then Mark was sitting down next to me as I was screaming that out, and he lets out like this really big wheeze, and it sounded like he was deflating.
Oh yeah, that was. I felt that in my like lungs for days after.
Can you try replicating that noise?
I don't think I can, but I might be able to find the file somewhere. But one thing that we had a really funny playtest. I missed the recording. I wish so badly that I had this recording. But he was going through, and when the tree fell down, he screamed the loudest scream that I've ever heard, and it was so high pitched. And then he like waited for like a good 10-15 seconds, like recovering from the tree falling down, and walked forward and hit the other scare and started screaming more. And then hit this and started screaming even more. What the hell? I don't know. Actually, I don't know how many. I don't think I've seen anybody die to this yet.
All right, I can just stand right here. Oh, that's a big boy.
I actually don't think I've seen anybody
I
on
don't
a
think I've-
recording die to that.
Yeah, that's the first time that I've seen it.
But what was I gonna say?
You were talking about the screaming, I think, right?
Yeah, the screaming playtester.
Yeah, so we decided to just build up tension for like 20-30 minutes, and then not jump scare you, and then we hit you with 3 in a row. So we have a very quirky way of doing things, but I think it works out a little bit.
And don't forget the scariest moment when John does a boo jump scare.
Oh yeah, Sean gets you the. Well, yeah, that one. It actually does scare some people.
I also just want to say, as well as I'm going to go for this section, everyone loves the animation of Sean just like popping his head in when Mark finishes a puzzle, and then like he just dips out. Like,
so we recently Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, everyone just loves that specific animation when he's pulling himself back through the.
We recorded references for all of this in real life. Like, me and Sean had to climb a shed to get that animation, but there is a recording of Sean doing that exact thing on a tree.
I don't have the file for it anymore.
Oh man!
Maybe you did delete them all, but
I had to. It's like 130 gigs of video.
But yeah, that animation will actually come into play later. We discovery writ ourselves into a new thing. But so yeah, a ton of the stuff was actually last minute. Like, there wasn't actually a monster there for, I think, I don't know, until the last month of production on the demo.
Didn't we get into the demo disc without the monster even being there? Like,
Yeah, there wasn't a monster in the original demo disc version. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, you're right. And the only reason we added one is because our most beloved playtester, Fred, who, you know, Fred's Pizza and Subs is named after, he decides to do the exact opposite of what you intend players to do. Something scary would happen and they would yell "run," and then he would just sit there and nothing would happen.
And he would sit there for like 3 minutes while nothing happened. He's like, it kind of breaks the pacing, does it? I'm like, well, maybe if you actually follow what the character said.
But then we were like, well, actually, no, he's right, though, because, I mean, why would you, like, you couldn't just uncritically listen to characters, but, yeah, and then Sean originally was just following you when that chase happened. We decided to have him run ahead, like, super last minute, to show you where to go, but also because Sean is obviously way faster than Mark. So that helped a lot, because you see Sean reacting and you react the same way. It works a lot better than Sean just like as an NPC walking behind you when there's a scary monster. But
I do really like how like it has a classic straight man and funny man dynamic between them. And
yeah, it's almost got a. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
And like, while Mark is an assignment protagonist by any means, like, he's a lot more stoic than Sean is overall, and it kind of like feeds into your own interpretation of how you want to react to these scenes as you're playing it.
Yeah, so when we were writing, we kind of did take that perspective of, like, Mark is how the typical player would, react, very kind of stoic, no BS kind of almost a silent protagonist, but not really, but just like more of the straight man. And then we just created Sean as the perfect foil to that, like the guy who, who obviously loves the adrenaline of it all.
Yes.
But we do a ton of fun stuff with this later down the line. Like,
That's Sean.
obviously you get separated from Sean here for a bit, so seeing how Mark would react to that and how the player would react to after 30 minutes of having a, classic banter to having it yanked away for some time, seeing how much of a difference that makes on the horror element of it.
And I just wanted to appreciate that you guys reenacted this scene when you joined the server.
And that wasn't intentional. Sean just
Yeah, Mark was just like, "That's Sean." I'm like, "Am I
He's
gonna
my
do it?
best
Is he gonna
friend.
do it?"
Yeah, we have a couple moments when you look at NPCs, for some reason they always say funny, almost fourth wall breaking things. Like when you look at Miles, he says, "What are you looking at?" And when you look at Sean, he's like, like, "Who are you talking to?" I just thought it was funny.
It is very funny.
This is a funny scene too, because Mark's only choice is, "Do I have a choice?" and Sean says, "Never do." I think one of the original things we were talking about when making this game was, a lot of games give you the illusion of choice, but what if we did the opposite of that and just like made fun of you because you didn't have a choice at all? So we play into that a lot. We'll see it later down the line, but
As well as this.
This is a suggestion by one of our wonderful playtesters, B, who she also made the suggestion of making it way darker during that last previous chase scene, which made it like 100 times better. But she was like, well, they give you a weapon in a lot of Resident Evil games, so we thought it'd be fun to have a twist on that where you don't get a weapon because this is not really that kind of game, and Mark is really not that kind of protagonist. So, and Sean, do we want to tell everybody the detail about the knife throw?
Probably not.
Okay,
But
okay.
I can say at the very least that the knife was a free asset that I basically obliterated in Blender.
Oh yeah, it was like 1 million vertices or something.
It was like 100,000 vertices, and I was just like, we can't do this. It's bigger than some of the entire map. Like, we can't do that.
That's crazy.
I think
Oh,
I
yes.
brought it down to like 1100, which is still way too much, but
Yeah. This part's funny too, because a surprising amount of people ran back and got mad when Sean said he fell in a hole.
My initial reaction was, well, that was quick. Oh. God damn it, Sean.
Yeah, I think it's a common trope to have like someone like that die off, but Sean will come into play. He's fine. Yeah.
it's not the end of Sean's bit in the game, thankfully. Because if it wasn't, I would be very sad. 'Cause I have no more voice acting.
I would be very
Right.
sad as well, because I love Sean as a character. Again, like the classic duo dynamic that the two characters have. And while, of course, I do expect something to happen to one of them, like, I do want to just, like, have, like, see more interaction between them and such.
Yeah. They ride off into the sunset. Everything is fine.
Oh, yeah, totally. Before I go into this final door, is there anything else in this area that to look around in, or?
No, like.
I don't
this-
know if I want to tell everyone.
Okay.
At least we can say like this is just blocked off. There's a whole other section that's not finished.
No, don't tell him. No. Okay, the entire level is done. It's just blocked off by an invisible wall. Well, not
okay,
done, but
cutting up the
There's an
street,
entire
going
level
for the
back
thing.
okay. Sean, you spilled the beans. There's like a whole level back there.
I knew it was gonna happen at some point. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Literally, before we even put the build out, a friend of mine already data mined the game and found like the magnum opus like object that you're not supposed to find.
Oh no.
It's just like a cube with Sean's face on it like 18 million times.
That's great.
It's very sad because I'm like, you weren't supposed to find that. The game's not even out and the secret's been spoiled. How could you do this?
Yeah, the great secret of like a cube that has Sean's face texture painted onto it, like Cruelty Squad.
Actually, it does look like a Cruelty Squad item. That's actually really fun.
The runners have made data mining exactly. I do appreciate that everybody, I don't know what to call them, the script writer, I guess. Like, everyone keeps hearing like poo poo.
This is marked by
Yeah, so that's just an abridged version of an actual nursery rhyme. He does say poo poo, but
Oh, he
it's with
does?
an H, like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, okay.
You can
Oh,
just
gotcha.
find the doves on Steam.
Also, I love
But-
this ending sequence here.
If you don't, I will cease to exist.
Yeah, we recognize that a lot of horror games get played and then ditched. So we figured if we're gonna survive, then we might as well pitch ourselves to the audience, whoever's watching. So
Quite literally.
if anyone plays this game as like you know, to an audience, then we give them our very own YouTube outro.
Hmm.
Which I don't know how this happened, but a ton of existential humor slipped in, and we're like terrified of being killed when the program turns out. I don't. This is not canon, but it's funny.
I
And
saw-
then that last line.
I saw one streamer who is just like, didn't want to close the game because they didn't want to kill them off.
Right, and then we had one guy that cut them off mid-sentence, so they missed the last joke, but it was still pretty funny.
And then there's like,
What?
Mark's legs are shaking as well. Throughout most
That
of
was
the
actually
sequence.
It's funny because like that's one of the original idle animations that's no longer in the game.
Yeah, so we kind of we lost a ton of that in translation when we were updating animations, but Mark was way more shaky and limpy, and that kind of helped sell his more pathetic side, which so we might need to bring it back, but yeah, that was like a ton of like his thing. He would be like limping around constantly.
First off, I'm going to show that image that you provided real quick because it's a masterpiece.
I could probably find a few images of my own. I'm gonna look through real quick. I'm gonna look through my. I'm gonna look through the.
Look at that cutout. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna look through the pinned and see what we have.
I'm staring into the souls of the audience. oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't know who. I don't know if you have seen the anime OP that Sean so graciously made.
Oh my god.
But that's always an option to show. We were like mid-development, and I was like trying to work through some deadlines, and Sean's like, "Oh, I made an anime intro." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" So yeah.
I got really bored, okay?
Don't
Hold on,
you
I'll
do
just-
not need to apologize because just hearing that is just funny enough on its own. Okay.
I'm just gonna post like a ton of these like old weird
Do I
pinned.
have a link to the anime opening? I should.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna screen share this. What is going on with him? Oh wait, shit. Oh, the get out of here, hamburger dough. My bad.
Oh, there's so much random stuff going on.
There's so many horrifying development things I'm looking at right now.
Also, just one more comment. So I do know that you guys have a YouTube channel as well.
Yes, we both have personal YouTube channels where I do like animation stuff occasionally, and Sean, if you want to talk about yours, you have some stuff you do.
Yeah, like Mark does a lot of like animation, and he used to do a lot of Team Fortress 2 content. But then you got me on the exact opposite end of the spectrum doing Hot Wheels content of all things.
What? That sounds great.
Yeah, like it's a complete juxtaposition to what we're doing right now. So my audience doesn't really transfer over to what we're doing right now. But at the same time, it's kind of funny because if Tin Dead Doves becomes really popular, then I'm going to have some kind of a fan base in one category and then in another. And it'd be kind of funny to see like a war or something happen, just out of pure spite or something. But I did post the link to the anime opening right there. I don't know if it has copyrighted music, but
No. This is royalty. No, this is royalty free. It's private.
yeah, that's the royalty free music. Yeah.
Okay.
So we may use this in the actual game. That's
This is the unfinished version I just came up with like a few weeks ago.
Oh, this is so good.
So while I'm like, hunched over the code, fixing like the stupidest bugs ever, this is what Sean's doing.
This is amazing.
Which, I mean, his work is way more important than mine, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, that's
Like, look
fair.
at this.
He's allowed to make silly videos like this as a treat.
We actually do want to do. like a April Fool's anime opening trailer or something before we launch.
Yeah, this needs to
That'd
be
be
a
fun.
trailer on the Steam page.
I think last year for April Fools, actually no, it was this year. We were switching over to a visual novel, and we were gonna become like a dating sim.
Oh yeah, we actually have the video for that somewhere. I can pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, that is
I think
fantastic. I think it should be included in the full game somewhere.
I've seen like one anime in my life, so this is all like Sean's department.
Was it like One Punch Man or something? Like,
What?
I thought you said you
No.
watched One Punch. Never mind.
Okay, no. Okay, I've seen like maybe 2 or 3. And then I think Sean, you have the entire any. I think you've seen all of them, right? Just every
I've seen
single
a
one.
majority of the major ones, so like if like someone brings up an anime, I'll be like, oh yeah, that one sucked.
My favorite growing up
Okay.
was Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh, I watched all that recently. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, I put the visual novel thing in the.
All right. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Do you have any closing thoughts before we head off to the next game? Hopefully. I'm gonna hope that.
What do you think? Sean, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm just really happy to be here. I didn't think we'd get an interview or even commentary.
Said friendship
to
is
start
all
out
about
with.
communication.
Like,
No, I said you should.
once again, it's just seeing all the people's
Rin said
reaction to the
friendship is all
game
about-
and seeing how people react to our bits of tomfoolery has been a very nice and a very pleasant thing to see. And I hope it continues to go on. So,
I will
Yeah,
say that the ending
reception.
sequence worked for me, and that I immediately wish listed the game right after playing it for Curation.
Which
And
one, the chase or the white void?
the White Void.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's our strength, is that we fourth wall break at the very end. Maybe it's
you're
maybe it's
pressuring
endearing.
the player into doing what we want. them to.
Right, under threat of like their death.
Pure pressure.
But yeah, the
Just realized
reception has
we're
been.
threatening them like if you don't do it, we're gonna die. Like, wow. We're
Oh, I mean, it's.
pressure people.
I mean, in a more like abstract sense, it could be true. But yeah, the reception has been insane so far. I mean, I think we cracked like over 500 downloads recently. So I mean, that's pretty mind-blowing
that's
to
great.
me. But
Yeah, thank you for being here.
thank you for having us. It's been quite a wild ride. We will be on the grind to get this game on its way, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been an adventure and a half so far, at least. We're only getting started.
I think it has quite a solid start. I see Isao retweeted the part of it.
Oh yeah, I
As
actually
well.
missed that. I was out in Michigan when all the E3 stuff was happening. I was at Lake Michigan with family. And I was like, oh, HIO. Wait, HIO featured us yesterday. How did I miss that? But I was on the lake. Very cold lake. But thank you for the interview and thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for talking about your game. And
Thank you.
yeah, go wish us 10 Dead Doves on Steam. Do you have a release date window in mind, or?
We had to push. Originally, we were planning 2022. If you look at the first teaser, but we pushed it to 2023. Because,
Fair enough.
Well, we ended up playtesting and polishing a lot more than we thought we were going to be, which I think, in the grand scheme of things, is for the best. But I'm fine with
the build that we were going to turn in when the original
no.
date was January. When y'all had
Yes.
Oh my god, don't even get me started.
Okay, so we can tell that story real quick. So originally, when the demo disc deadline was in January, oh no, yeah, we were like, we did something that I swear that we swore we never would do, is that we were crunching like a AAA company. We were dying. We were like breaking our bones. And it was nowhere near anything like this. Like, it took us another 4 months to like polish it up. It would have just been kind of pathetic had we submitted it in January. But
Well, I'm glad that was polished up and included.
yeah. I remember like telling them in their kitchen, I was like, guys, it's been delayed for another like 4 months. We're good. And then all of us just like pass out on the couches. Like,
it was hilarious and also very relieving.
I can imagine. But yeah, I'll be back playing this in 2023. Thank you guys, and have a good night.
all right. Thank you very much. You too.
I'm gonna go stay on this music real quick because, that's not supposed to happen. That's not what I wanted to see. I'm gonna message Amos real quick just to see if he is around.
All right. Sounds good. I'll leave space for them when I hop out, but
I should probably.
hey, that's another thing. Oh, that's another thing that is a nice little detail. We added Daniel made 2 versions of the main menu theme, so that when you press it in key, it's the more full version. I think the other version's like a solo piano, but
Oh, gotcha.
all right, I shall make my leave. But thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll take my leave. Yabba-booey.
God damn it. Who invited these jokesters? Alright, so I'm gonna give Amos a little bit of time to pop in if he's still interested or around. Also, Sai did come back and said that they fell asleep and that they were confused. They thought that the stream would be yesterday, so maybe I can invite Sai like real quick. Give me 1 second, I'm just gonna invite them. Okay. I'm gonna close out 10 Dead Doves real quick. So that way so that way I can get back to the launcher when needed. I'm going to leave it on the Twack stream because I don't want to have the music playing. I'd rather just make sure that Sai will be around it. Like, it would be too distracting for me, is basically what I'm trying to say. So, I'm not sure if Amos is going to... I'm not sure if Amos is around right now. I might ask Ben and Johnny if he's up for it. For, if they could play Northstar Courier early. But we'll see how this plays out. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time. I'm gonna take just a very quick break. Like 5 minutes or less. So I'll be right back. I can play. I can at least play the Haunted PS1 music real quick. I'll do. Oh, never mind.
Hey, sorry. I hadn't actually gotten out of bed. I was watching the VOD of the stream so far in bed.
Okay.
So I wasn't... So
Pokemon.
I got to the end of the mall segment, and then I checked on like the actual live stream, and I heard you were like, "I'm gonna see size," and I was like, "Oh fuck!" And I had to jump out of bed really quick. So
Yeah.
like,
Well, welcome on inside.
hello. Sorry, I don't even. My brain is in a lot of places with everything. I just like wasn't even thinking about it and didn't remember that it was supposed to be today like at all, and my sleep schedule's just completely batshit. And yeah, I just like woke up not knowing who I was or where I was, and I looked on Discord and I was like, oh.
I'm not sure where Amos is at the moment, so I'm not sure if we're still going to be doing Sauna 2000 at the moment, and that kind of worries me. So I just figured in the meantime, if you had anything to add to the mall and your hand in it, because to a point like Colter and Vlad also didn't want to speak for you as well.
I mean, if there's anything you wanted to particularly know about it.
I was going. I actually had a few questions in particular to. Well, let me go into the arcade. Actually, no. I can view the creature from outside real quick. I think that's a better angle. Because also,
probably the one place you can consistently see it is from outside.
yeah, it's probably the best way to get a good look at him. Of course, I'm going the wrong way for whatever reason, but I guess it works. So... I'm trying to think of what we haven't discussed yet, meanwhile.
There's like... Because I don't know how much commentary I should try and give on the mall, given they just did a whole bunch of it.
Am I allowed to talk about, because you said that you originally planned more for the mall, but couldn't due to the time constraints. Is that something to ask? Or I'm just gonna go for the stairs to the foyer. I'm giving up.
Yeah, I mean, like, feel free, anything you want to know in terms of that, because there was supposed to be more, just in general, with the mall, and the whole thing was just kind of like, I didn't know how big of a thing it was going to be until I was already making it, and then I was like, well, I've committed to this now, so I guess I have to figure out how to do it all, and it
turned out so great in the end. I absolutely love it. I remember playing one of the earlier builds for playtesting, and like just seeing the immense difference between this and that, like, is night and day. Like, there was so much just cool stuff added to it over time.
Yeah, there was a lot of like gradual bits of like, all right, here's a burst of I worked on stuff, so now here's all this entire new wing or whatever. But it was just, I don't know, I like how it turned out. I'm just sad about what it could have been, because of the missing things. there's a number of like things with the puzzles that just didn't make it in, and like whole stuff that just got cut down.
What would some of those things be? Just out of curiosity.
So I know Coulter talked about it. Just watching the VOD in my bed. But the claw machine, like that was supposed to have like a cutaway thing. I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if it was
the
necessarily
small
gonna be,
mini game.
Like, I don't even know if it would have been that. It was mostly just you would have cut away to another screen, and then like at most you would have just been able to move, like hold the button to move the claw, and then it would auto use, and it was supposed to be like you would use all 4 quarters individually, and like it would keep failing.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Final, like the 4th one, because it's just automatic. You don't have any control over it. So it was supposed to be nerve-wracking because you're like you only have so many quarters, and it would just keep failing.
Would there be like other things inside the claw machine as well, or would it just be this obnoxiously big crowbar that you're somehow unable to just grab?
Yeah, I
and win?
wanted to have like probably stuff in the claw machine with it, like just plushies or something. But the claw machine was added so late. It was very, very late. It was like I had to get that done, and I kind of, it was one of those things too. Like Coulter said, he touched it up with like sound effects and stuff and fixed up the puzzle because like it was just so last minute, and it was at the stage of like I have these like rooms and things to still do. And I was like, can you just make this look or sound better and like fix the puzzle part of it? And so then he fixed that up and added lights. And he also like he was talking about the escalator not having any sounds. It was like very quiet. I had like a sound effect in that area, but it was only the just the general kind of noise of the food court. And then I like pulled the project one day and he had added the sounds for the escalator. And I was like, oh my god, yes. It's so good. It was just very empty. There was a lot of things that just didn't have any sound for a long time. Or like just I don't know.
I get it.
Kind of saved me a bit in that regard. See, but every once in a while, just like randomly, just add like sound effects to something. It was like sick. I don't have to do that now.
I think it
Otherwise,
ended
I had
up
to go through.
just turned out really well that way. Like the sound effects he chose were like perfect. I think it like they've really driven the player well of like alerting them and certain things happening.
Coulter too. Like originally, I was doing like the scares and stuff, but then like it was kind of a thing. Like I would code in the scares, and I'd be like, okay, can you fix up the code to make it less shit? I would have it technically working, but like I also wasn't entirely sure. I know now, having had to do so many last minute, how to like work well enough with like his like the code base and stuff. But there was like certain things I had to like specifically. I had to like be like, hey Coulter, I need this feature now. Can you please make it to where I can do this or this? And then towards the end, though, because we're getting low on time, and he was just wanting to see like if he could help out with certain things at the mall. Like he programmed in like the entirety of the vent scare, which I don't think most people have actually noticed is a thing.
I think I noticed it, and when I was doing like was it in like one of the playtest builds, or am I misremembering?
Or
maybe
it was like added like probably way after.
Okay.
The last one.
I was just trying to think of maybe if I saw it, because I definitely didn't when I was streaming it.
It's all sounds. It's like you go to get into the food court for the first time. And
Oh,
you
okay.
hear the vent behind you. There's supposed to be a sound moving through it. I don't think it comes across that clearly, and people just don't seem to notice it at all for some reason.
Which is fine. I think just being that claustrophobic space by itself is more than creepy enough.
Yeah, I like the vents, and I wish I could have done something more with them, because you really only have to go through them like the one time. But to my surprise, I did see a lot of streamers actually double back through there, not realizing that the hallway shortcut was a thing. So it got more mileage than I thought it would.
I mean, it works. I think my next question is, what is the seer exactly and its connection with the mall?
So, in terms of its connection with the mall, it's just kind of there. I guess it's not really like, I wouldn't say it's like guarding the mall, but it is just kind of like there. It observes things that are happening here.
Like
And that's-
overwatching it, yeah.
Yeah. Because originally the seer's name, till I ran it by Quinn, was going to be the Watcher, because it was the name of the like shadow-like monster or whatever that, if you notice, looks very similar to the seer from Guess the Goodies.
Oh, yeah, like that's the
Chases
first
you
thought that I
around.
had. I didn't know that creature had a name in Guess the Goodies as
Yeah,
well.
all the like monsters or whatever are gonna have like names like that. Like there's the seer or the watcher, and like there's the ghost in the basement or whatever, etc. But essentially, I was trying to think of like, okay, so if I want to have scares in this, I need some kind of creature to do it that's just like consistent that I can keep reusing. Because otherwise, I don't want to just have like phantom weird shit happening. If I can help it.
Yeah, like the classic paranormal activity sort of way that they do ghosts and whatnot. Just making objects fall over or fly across the room.
Or just like a random, like I want it to be like it's coming from something. So in order to try and figure out a design, I didn't actually initially base it off the Watcher, but I did loosely in terms of like what the Watcher is supposed to be. For some reason, there's like very little that actually like scares me, in terms of like horror kind of stuff. And something that I never see utilized for some reason is, at least not to my knowledge that often, is like shadow people. That's like a thing that I, just from like weird childhood experiences of like things I thought I saw as a kid, like really, really frightens me and makes me like unnerved and
Yeah, I
like
get what you mean.
about sometimes. And
Like-
so like that's what the Watcher was in Guess the Goodies, is like a shadow person.
Like the
Shadow
object, like in the dark room, they can't quite make out, but you like see its silhouette as like some kind of creature sort of way.
Yeah, so I tried to make something like that for this, and it did not turn out well. And I started messing around with just like seeing what I could do, and it ended up looking a little bit like the Watcher, anyways. And so I guess in the end, like the Seer's design is kind of just like the Watcher from Guess the Goodies, but
Which is fine
more
with me
relevant.
because I really like the deepened design in Gaslit Goodies as well.
They were interesting. I like the ghost probably more than I like the Watcher and Guess the Goodies, though, just because of the face opening up.
Yes, I love that moment. It makes me sad that when I played Gaslit Goodies, I don't think I died in that segment. So when I watch somebody else dead, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, it was quite amusing. Yeah, so the seer kind of just ended up being this just like shadow demon thing that like kind of lurks, and essentially it's just there to watch and mess with you if it can.
Is it malevolent or is it just a little trickster type?
It's bored.
It's bored. I like that answer
You happen
best.
to be there.
And was there originally like more of an ending with the seer, like one final encounter? Because I know that most playthroughs is probably going to be just seeing it in the stairs or just adorable. Well, I find it adorable, at least, of just like trying to be an arcade cabinet.
Yeah, so in general with the mall, there was supposed to be like in the planning phases, there was somebody else involved, like early on before most work actually got done on it, and we were going to try and come up with some kind of like just basic story or something for the overall experience. Like I think you actually would have potentially spawned in this area in the exterior. And like you would have spawned in, and like like moved away from like where the bolt cutters are. Like you would have spawned right by them at the fence.
Yeah, it's like right
And
over
then you would
here.
have looked back and there would have been a body there suddenly. And the
Oh,
implication was that you died breaking in. And like those were your bolt cutters and that's your body on the ground. And then that's as far as the story elements gone before the person who was going to help me plan that out left the project. So
you're just trapped in this
I-
mall for all eternity with this funny little guy watching over you.
yeah.
Not the
Yeah,
worst
like,
fate.
I wanted to still try and do something story-wise, but at that point I was kind of scrambling, and like the scope had to get readjusted as well because I didn't have help planning with that now. So I was just like, it got sacrificed, and the
Yeah.
seer in general and the amount of encounters that it was supposed to be, I wanted him to be in every scene somewhere. There might not have been a scare in every scene, but I wanted him to be in every scene.
I think there was like maybe like an early screenshot. I believe it was in the hallways, right? You would physically see it when it's when it says that something is lurking in the darkness.
I did think about putting him there, but I thought it would just be better if you could just hear him.
Yeah, I mean it more than does the effect either way. But I was just, I think I could have sworn I'd seen maybe an image, like a mock-up image of that, but maybe it was perhaps a bathroom mirror from another angle.
From the hallways, though, originally that whole thing with the power, because this was one of the things that had to get like reworked, like last, like maybe a few months of it was like all the puzzle kind of stuff and where things led to and where things went, like what you unlocked and how, and
Right.
the effects on the mall. Like it kept, I had to like reshuffle everything, and so it ended up very odd compared to the first plan that we just hadn't fleshed out all the way certain things with it. And so like the whole dark part of the hallway was just like, I was like, okay, I need something for you to use the power on now. I'm just gonna, I had to like duplicate that section of the hallway and like make two different versions of just that part, one where it's dark, one where it's light, and then hook that up to like the power puzzle. And then I decided to at the last second like to make the power thing more feel like it did more than just turn on the couple lights back there. I had it enable the music throughout the rest of the mall as well. It's like when you first wake up, there's no music in the foyer, but now there is. If you go back, and there's also music in the bathroom. And then from everywhere else past that point, you know, there you hadn't been there, but there is music there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the steer in the hallway though was actually supposed to just be. I didn't completely know what I wanted to do with him there, but he was supposed to be there. I think I wanted him to, like, it would have been a thing like just out of range of like the fog or something. It would have been random, but like you would be walking down one of the long stretches of the hallways, and like if you were looking directly ahead, you might have walked to where he's standing, and you would have seen his eyes fade in through like the black fog, and then immediately he would move away.
Oh, that sounds great.
And I would have tried to, because there's like several parts of the hallway there that are identical almost. I would have like had it randomize which one that happens on. And it was
Just getting lost every single time I go into that space.
Yeah, the hallways are mean because I'm an ass, and I was like, you know, it'd be funny if they were just a maze.
Oh,
So-
Amos is in here.
Yeah, I didn't even hear the Discord sound for some reason.
I did. For some reason, it's playing for me. Oh, I'm not in streamer mode. That's why.
Ah.
I turned it off because I wanted to know, because I already had OBS running, and I wanted to know what Colter's Twitter handle was.
I think it's like a Bastille or something like that, or
Yeah,
maybe I'm
I-
misremembering.
yeah, something like that. I found it though, and I tagged them in the initial post. Welcome, Amos. Welcome on in.
I'm having quite a bit of connection lag.
Let me turn your voice up just a little bit. That doesn't shock me. My internet already cut out
Just a second,
midstream.
I gotta reconnect my Wi-Fi.
Okay, okay. Let's turn your volume back down a little bit. The only unfortunate part about this is that I have limited time left at the moment. So I could at least start Sauna 2000, the secret game before. Well, I already showed it off on stream, so I guess it's not a secret anymore. So, because I see so many people not know where the janitor's office is.
It's been weird because I've seen people find the janitor's office and then not know how to get the remote, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I seem to have both.
I was a person that was couldn't remember where the janitor's office was. There was so many demos I wanted to play that I couldn't for the sake of these streams. Which
Yeah, there's some things with the mall that I'm like, in retrospect, like I know Colter mentioned the whole vent, like coming out into the food court. There's like the side of the food court that has the games in it, and I have seen people just skip straight past that, and it was like, I saw that on a stream the first time, and I was like, that was a bad design decision on my part.
oh
Put
no.
the vent on the, like I even thought about it after we had launched. I'm like, we're still patching. Maybe I could do that, and I just completely forgot to do it. Like I should have moved the entire vent itself to the other side to be by that like chained up door, and I just didn't, and it was poor design on my part, which is just kind of the way things ended up though, with like how last minute a lot of things and not having certain things set up or knowing what was going to be where, is that we didn't have like proper playtesting for a number of things. And so I was just kind of like slapping things in, and that was something I didn't even think about. And yeah, another thing was like, because of the foyer and like the cuts to the size of areas of the mall, having the extra games there on paper is great and makes sense for like, you know, you get an item and now you can go back and like you have access to 3 more games or whatever.
Right.
At that point, you also have access to the janitor's closet or office, and you can go get the keys to unlock the other 3. But I noticed that people would just forget that the foyer was the thing once they got the crowbar in the food court sometimes, and they wouldn't always remember to go back there.
Oh no.
And I was just like, there's like 6 games there that you can unlock, and I don't know the percentage of people that actually remember to do that. Those, like, it's good for like an actual game kind of like bit of backtracking and like, you know, extending out the life of an area, but bad when you notice people just kind of forget that that's a thing for like streaming all these demos or just remembering to play them all.
Yeah, for sure.
And they kind of just got crammed in there when the cuts happened, and I needed like a way to gate the progress a bit.
I will say that is also, I will take at least some responsibility for that, because I was the one pushing to have 3 more games included in this.
I mean, that was gonna happen either way.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, no matter what, I think there would have been 3 games there that were locked. Because you would have started with the 3. But then, yeah, I don't know if it's like streamer brain or if it's like really poor design on my part to have them like need to go backwards like that. I figured most people would because they have the crowbar. They're like, oh, I could do the thing in the basement. But then I seen how many people didn't do the thing in the basement, like to get into the janitor's office, and I was like,
Like I said, guilty right here.
There's a package coming, and I buzzed the guy in, but he closed the goddamn door phone, so I can't buzz him in.
Oh no.
Really great. Sorry, just a moment.
No worries, no worries.
yeah. So I feel bad about that aspect because I'm like, I hope people will go back and like check all the areas and like unlock all the games, and they don't just be like, oh, these were locked, and then they just forget they exist. and don't play those demos.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. So there's a number of things with like the way the unlocking worked. Like I know we had this whole big discussion about it the other day, but I'm still very much in favor of, at least for like if I'm handling like the explorable part of the launcher, which me and Bryce talked about like next year's or whatever. I still would like to have some kind of progress thing to where we can tell sort of like, because with like it makes it easier to do stuff like scares and more of an excuse to have explorable like spaces, even if it's a smaller condensed space, because I'm not doing something the size of a mall again. That's
Yeah, like
insane.
I was in favor of that as well, because I really like these explorable spaces as a launcher as opposed to a menu. Not that I'm complaining about the menu that the 2020 disc had, because I think that's well designed, and I'm really glad that like it served its purpose very, very well.
Yeah.
But I do really, really enjoy both the museum and the mall for both similar reasons, but also very, very different, because I think both have their own identity that I adore a lot between them.
Oh yeah, the mall has a completely like different feel to my mind to like the museum. Like the museum feels, I don't even know how to describe it really.
It
I
feels
think a lot of it is
bit,
like the, oh sorry.
It feels a bit, to me, it feels like it's maybe like a bit more casual, because like compared to the mall, which has active quote-unquote danger in it with the creature working around, meanwhile the museum kind of just leaves you in its own space to kind of explore at your leisure.
I know the mall's got like the back rooms in it, but I feel like the museum feels properly like liminal in a certain way.
Yeah, I see that
and,
too.
Like, you have Scully greet you at the start there after you know.
I was so sad that he just disappears, however.
Yeah, just leaves you to your own devices, but you're just like trapped there.
Speaking of Scully, here he is.
Bit off topic, but Scully's hands just arrived.
Ooh, that's what the package was. Nice.
Yes. And these are hype. Holy crap.
I can't wait to see how that turns
I
out.
really can't wait to see it myself.
Oh, I was a little worried that they only sent me one hand, but this was two, and I am super excited.
The unfortunate part. The unfortunate part is that am kind of. I still have like about like an hour and 20 minutes left of the stream. I could maybe push it to like an hour and 40 or so. So I can try to at least launch Sauna 2000 and play a little bit of it.
We could also, if Amos wants to like cover any of like the actual like process of like the demo disc trailer or like E3 stuff.
Please do.
Talk about the process and all that kind of shit, because I feel like credit is due there to be talked about.
I got no clue what to talk about it.
Well, at the very least, I just want to say, like, it's insane the amount of work that you put into those things.
You are a workhorse when it comes to it. And it's always of so much, like, the utmost quality every single time.
Yeah, it was a bit insane to, like, try and include a demo at the same time as doing E3 and being part of the demo disc curation, and like, it's been a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot just being thrown at you at once. That's why I think for next year, just in general, that we should definitely have it so that we can at least, divide the workflow between us a little bit more. Between us, as in, like, though he's more than one person I'm talking about generally. I'm very much of very little help, personally, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I have a conducted a what is a word? I just woke up and I'm really sorry. Like my phone decided to not wake me up. I had an alarm at 8:30 and I look at the clock and it's 10:30 and I'm like, hey, what is this? So I don't know if I managed to kill the alarm by myself while sleeping or something, but definitely it didn't work. But yeah, for next year, that's why I received the skeletal finger extensions right now, because I'm gonna make a library of assets so I can be more efficient with Scully and produce content really fast for next year, so we won't have any hiccups for E3 and such. And we really gotta lock things down way earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And because I feel quite bad about what happened with the show this year. It was not optimal.
I mean, I'm glad it was pushed out. I was just more worried about your physical health during that time. More than I was with the show.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hellish couple of days there.
I could imagine. I also just have a question real quick, just about Scully as a character before we head into Sauna 2000. Have you ever considered having like a game or something starring Scully? I know that
Yeah,
we had...
there are things, but I rather keep them under wraps for now.
Oh, that's fair.
Because I'm certain that I have way enough work as it is right now.
No, that's perfectly fine.
And I've kind of learned while doing this that maybe not announcing stuff too early.
Because there's like so many things that I just want to learn more about Scully as a character. Like, I'm not asking you to go into it now, of course, but just like his origins, like, and everything, like outside of just being the presenter of the E3 shows and the demo discs. That I would like to...
Yeah, there is quite a bit of lore that I have in my head canon, but won't be elaborating on that yet.
Yeah, no, please don't. But I just love him because I just think he has just a striking visual design that I just adore.
These finger extensions are so odd. Yeah, sorry for the controls. They are not very well explained, and people are having trouble like figuring out how to play it. I have a tutorial bit that I'm gonna update next week, but there was just a little bit too much jank with it to include it in the demo.
Oh, I literally have 15... I literally do have 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it is a 15-minute demo.
I didn't mean that was... I didn't know that you meant that was timed. Where's the X?
I'm so excited to see this. I haven't seen, like, I haven't played the demo for this yet.
I deliberately avoided seeing anything of this.
I've seen some things that Amos has showed me, but in terms of like what's in this demo, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, I was one of the people that did not do the Sauna thing in the original demo.
Was it a secret the first year?
No.
No, it was not a secret
Or
game.
was it just...
Whoa, pro moves. Well, the second hit wasn't a pro move.
No, it was not. Okay, there we go. I was like worried about the axe being stuck for a second. I am...
Yeah, when you hit wood with the axe, it gets stuck. So...
Thanks. Okay, there we go. And I think I just toss it at the wood instead.
Maybe just pick up the log and
No, I can do this. Okay, fine.
yeah. Also, if you hold mouse right, then the character is holding it, and then click mouse left and it drops it. And if you
There we
hold the
go.
mouse left, then it readies for a throw.
Okay, I can do this. There we go. No. Oh. Oh. I wasn't expecting another person here. I forgot the names of the two characters. It's been a while.
That's Erkki. But also, no reason to carry the wood into the water container by hand.
I was just trying to pick it. I was just trying to put it down. And I was having trouble getting out of my hands.
Yeah. Your concern at the moment is just chop wood.
All right. I'll
You
chop
gotta
wood.
get around 17 individual pieces of wood.
Okay. So we have 2 pieces, at least, and I'm already forgetting what I'm doing, which is a good sign. I hope you enjoy like 15 minutes of me failing to chop wood, because that's probably what it's gonna be like at this rate. No, stay on there.
Yeah, Ooh, that's new. I recommend taking a bit distance because you have a handle in the axe.
these axe physics are astounding me right now. Again, I'm already forgetting the controls. And the difference between left mouse button and right mouse button. Let's get the equipping axe out of the wall real quick. That works.
Yeah, okay. So you can pick up the half log pieces with the axe from the ground, which is way easier than picking them individually by hand.
Okay.
Like this. And then you what? Split it. Where you going?
Oh,
Split it.
split it. Oh, okay, okay. Real talk, I've never had a sauna or anything, so
So you can split them all the way to 8s.
I think this is going to be a little beyond my expertise, given at the rate I'm going.
Yeah, it's the first time. There's no expectation that you're gonna make it.
Struggling really hard here. At least I can jam out to the music being played in the background.
So the biggest difference, like from narrative standpoint, is that Erkki is there jamming to that music.
Yeah,
And
it feels a lot less lonely.
I'm having my own fight with skeleton hands here. They are not
You can't let them win.
cooperating with me.
I still remember one of my favorite comments of the reveal of the Scully Bass I used for, I think it was one of the Eat Free trailers. Nah, they just swallowed the kid.
What?
That Scully just ate the child that you play. He is taking over. Does the kid have a name, or is he literally just the kid? By the way.
The kid. No name.
Okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear there.
Just wondering, like, that character is actually a mystery to me. Like, what the hell is the Rick and Morty situation with that? Like, the kid kind of keeps dying, but every year it's still the kid is there.
Yeah, I had the same thought of just like, I was pretty sure he died in the first demo desk, or at least had his brain, I don't know how else to describe it other than skullified by the cool games that Scully was showing him.
Yeah, second year for sure he got squashed by the stone.
Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, so as you're getting the log split, then you can throw them into the wood carrier, which you see behind.
Yeah, it's right there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
And a pro move, you can throw the wood into it so you don't have to actually walk to it.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, but you can be even further. 'Cause...
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so hold mouse right and then press left, and hold the left for a second and then let it go.
Okay, I see what you mean.
So it throws it. Yeah. Oh, well. That's unfortunate.
What?
Maybe take that to the sauna now. Because yeah, that is a thing that has been brought up in the past 24 hours that I had to fix, because I've been just lobbing the wood in, but people go and click it, so it does a double.
Katos, Pertti, mitä mies? Etkö sinä kuule Jaska voisi pikkuhiljaa ruveta laittamaan sinne älykoppasi, että minä en ole Pertti, vaan kun minä olen nimittäin Erkki. Jää, niin, joo, vitsillähän minä vaan. Mitenkä se on niin, meinasitko saunaan lämmitellä? Olisi nimittäin...
Not at this way. Not at this rate. We're not heating that sauna.
Minkäänlaista mahdollisuutta. No, kyllä sinne lauteelle 2 persettä mahtuu.
Alright. What is this screen?
It's showing the amount of wood you got.
Okay. I was just a little confused, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so now, happily I accounted for people carrying wood by hand into here, so it counted those that you brought in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but that log is still there. That is strange.
That's okay, we could just get rid of that. There we go. It's fine. What else am I supposed to be doing?
Well, you could go look for the bucket right now, so the next round you play, it's gonna be easier.
Next round I play it.
If the items will remain in the same spots.
Oh. Well, see, here's the thing about the bucket. I very specifically remember not being able to find the bucket when I originally played Sauna 2000. And I went into that weird space with the man with horns.
Ah.
The entire time I was like, God damn, where the hell is this bucket? So I have absolutely no idea where this bucket could be. And it's been eating at me for years. Is it by the dock?
No.
Is it, is that the bucket?
It's the ash pail.
Okay. No hints? So I had to go into the weird underworld in order to find it again?
It was on screen just now.
What's on screen? It's just... Okay. Oh my god, I finally found the bucket after two fucking years. I found the bucket. Today is truly a marvelous day. Okay. I wasn't sure at that first time to actually put the water in the pail or not. Now let's get another bucket full. Can I do it from over here? Yes, I can.
Yep.
Fantastic.
You can do it anywhere where there's water, and just to be careful not to drop the bucket in.
Don't want that to
into
happen.
shallow water.
No need. No wait.
Yes, that's why. Yeah, so then you gotta fill the heater with water as well.
Oh, okay. I was a little confused there. That's what I get for immediately forgetting the directions. If that wasn't clear already. Because I never got this far in the original demo. And now I'm stuck at this door.
Yeah, I gotta see to the doors to do something with them.
Okay, it's need a little bit more. I wasn't sure about that at first. Welcome to my streams, by the way. This always happens where I miss the very obvious directions in favor of just making everything just extra complicated.
1 minute left.
These stove ashes, yep.
Olipa hyvä, että tsekkasin. Sehän pitää tuo tyhjätä.
Okay, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this.
Missä se nyt on tässä tuhkaa?
It's right over there.
Speedrun strat.
No,
You can
ihan
lob the
apa
ash
pihalla.
anywhere if you drop it.
Alright, good enough. Come on, come on.
I'd be very curious to see how far most people can get in this.
It takes a couple of tries, but it is very intentional.
That's what I was wondering too. Like, do you expect people to try and play this multiple times to see how far they can get through?
Yeah, and then there's the hidden alternative endings.
Well, we didn't make it. The music by Nykky here is very, very good. It's a little loud, but... Okay, now it's even better. The music.
Ah,
Really liking the music
Yeah.
here.
Nykky is not.
Alright, so you said that it will save the items I had in before? Or...
No, but just that you know where the items are
Oh,
located.
okay.
Because they are not swapping places.
Gotcha.
You know the strats now.
Do I?
Have the knowledge.
Alright, I'll give it one more try, and then we can go to the next game. Which will be our final game, actually, which is Northstar. And I already forgot where the axe is, because, you know, that's just me.
Actually, do you want to see the horror scenario of the game?
Yes.
So, the axe was at the sauna building on the dock. You could wrong way, next to radio, the other side of the building. Radio.
Jesus.
No kirves, missä sinä olet?
There
Wait.
on the left. So you gotta go to the shed with the axe. Huh? We're right
Okay,
there.
okay.
Jaa, siinähän se ompi.
So gotta go to the shed with the axe, you said?
Sen pöllin kun
Yeah,
hakkaa
yeah.
sauna
And that will
puoliksi.
trigger that Erkki will arrive. And then I want to do something very wrong.
Are we gonna kill him?
Well, it's up to you. I'm not forcing you to do this, but that's the idea.
Is he here yet? Or
He's gonna walk from the forest. Take like
oh, okay.
approximately 30 seconds.
Erke, I need to ask you a question. I guess I can practice my murder axe real quick as I wait. Just pretend that this is his big head.
Or
Yeah,
there's
that
a
sounds about
non-lethal-
right.
Or there's a non-lethal version where you can sacrifice yourself.
Now let's kill him.
Trigger.
Katos, Pertti, mitä mies? Etkö sinä kuule Jaska voisi pikkuhiljaa ruveta laittamaan sinne älykoppasi, että minä en ole Pertti, vaan kun minä olen nimittäin Erkki. Jaa, niin, joo.
Yeah, we're just
Mitä
joking.
se on meinasitko saunaan lämmitellä? Olisi nimittäin erityisen erinomainen homma, jos pääsisi vähän luitaan lämmöttää. Niin, olisiko tähän minkäänlaista mahdollisuutta? No, kyllä sinne lauteelle 2 persettä mahtuu. Ettei nyt vaan sattuisi mitään. Mitä hemmettiä? Ehkä nyt minun tuolla lailla pitänyt tehdä. Anteeksi.
Oh, there's the
Hey,
axe.
drop the axe.
There it is.
Swing for the head. You're too close.
God damn it.
Did you lose the axe?
Did I just lose the axe? I think it just
you can
fell
go-
into the water.
Yeah, I think you can go there from the
From the other side.
definitely not from here. Yeah.
Alright, I'll see if I can just walk down there real quick.
So strange to see because I've gotten so used to the mechanics that, like, when people don't accommodate for the handle at all, like hitting from one centimeter away.
Do you guys
God
see?
damn it, did you-
Did I just get stuck? No. Do you see where the axe went?
Under the chair?
I'm sorry, where?
I saw it on the balcony, actually. Next to it. Like in the handrail or something. But it might be mistaken.
It would make sense that it's there if it's not here. Because if it hits the water, it should make a splash.
Okay, I'm like,
I don't
I
have-
was just like getting stuck on that. Maybe I should just restart.
I'd say check up with the handrail just in case, because I
Yeah.
swear I thought I saw it. But I could be wrong.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
What? Just. Yeah. It was
You-
perfectly behind him.
It was like because I was looking at it from this angle. That was just perfect. Okay.
Ettei nyt vaan sattuisi mitään.
Close.
Remember, this game is a lot harder. There we go.
What? He just kept going.
He just got deleted. Oh, cool. Blood trail. Surely it will lead me to a nice and safe environment away from any horror that might await. I had 9 minutes and it better deliver the scares. Well, that was clearly something. Yep, this cave.
No.
Like I said, when
Explode a
I...
little bit.
Sorry.
Keep to the left if you don't want to be mauled by a bear.
Okay. No promises, but...
Just a little insider information. I don't know how I know this, but I have a feeling.
Mitä vittua nyt taas? Hirmu homma.
We go towards the red light.
Yeah, so does go towards the current direction or towards the light?
To the red light on the left. Left.
Okay,
right.
okay. No, I heard light, so I thought it was the
Omaa päätäs.
light in the middle of the room. That's why.
Ai minä? Vitut. Sinulla se on takkiveres.
So what's splashing in the water?
Maybe your conscience?
Nää ala
Don't know.
ja seinille.
My conscience is splashing in the water?
Yeah, can't wait for people to actually translate all this mumbo jumbo around us, so it makes a little bit more sense.
Like, I thought this game was scary when I was first playing the original demo. Then people were telling me what the voices of the man before was saying. And I was both very confused and both, like, somewhat disappointed that it wasn't, like, something, like, scary, but at the same time, I couldn't stop, but couldn't help myself from laughing my ass off the entire time.
Ehkä kaato.
There goes my ears. Wait, where? Okay. I forgot how wild this game is.
You turned around.
I did turn around. I think one of the screen effects with the and the distortion with the mouse kind of confused me of my sense of direction for a second. Did the timer stop, by the way, or?
Yeah.
I was about to say because I did not
You
see it
are
moving.
You are in a non-time zone.
I was wondering if this was like set up to where like if you got to like this part, it would kind of just run until the end of.
Well, that's an interesting perspective going on there. Oh, hey, it's Jaska now. remember him being like this boy. This is also very interesting because I remember not being able to fully enter this room too. Trying to figure out what to interact with here. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing you try to solve this organically.
Oh, okay. So there's a puzzle going on. How much time do we have left? That's my immediate question.
Timer is frozen as it is.
No, I meant like how much time do I have left for the stream? Here's the phone.
Fun fact, originally, I think it was this room. I think it was supposed to be in the mall, so you had access to this.
Ah, yeah.
Oh.
You were supposed to, like, either there would have been some puzzle with the hallways, like you followed a sound, and that kind of stairs, or there was like an elevator, and you could find a button to it, and it would take you into this room.
Leg it.
Yeah, I remember this part because when I was originally playing the version of the 2020 desk, I was like, whoa, second person view, that's amazing.
Leg it, oh my god.
Oh god, I can't see. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so that's a bug.
I was about to say, this does not seem intentional.
It's a little sad because you got really close to it, but you fumbled it on the corner. Can you still make it?
Is it right there? I can't see where I'm going.
Oh, it's spinning.
Yeah, it is spinning.
That's really strange that it doesn't trigger. Try hitting forward.
What was that?
Can you try running forward still?
I'm trying to run forward, but it's spinning.
Voting is so much fun. It fucks you up.
Wait. What is this?
Yeah. That
What?
you should be.
They're like inside each other.
Are you still in control character?
I can't hear you over the music, I'm sorry.
Because if there's any chance you can get to the mic, that would be fucking.
I'm trying real hard to try to figure out how I can get out of this. Yeah, see, that's me. I'm stuck right here. Oh. Oh, man. Well, that's one way to end the game, I guess. Just immediately break it on stream.
Very unfortunate. Sorry for that.
No problem. Like, honestly, like, I find that, like, strangely terrifying. For, like, my view is just that distorted, I'm trying to find my way out. Like, that to me is just, like, just a scary concept. And, you know, like, obviously not an intentional one, but Jesus.
There's a hidden scenario that opens up from that if you make it to the end of the hallway.
Is it the, I have a question. Is it, like, the pool area from the first one? Or is it a new area?
Well, it is a recreation.
Okay.
So it is.
Because I always found that sequence
do
so
know it.
odd, and I have, like, so many questions that I imagine will get perhaps fully explained in the full version. Because it's just this weird, unexpected environment that I was not prepared for. And that's why it always stuck out to me from the demo.
Yeah, that scenario is quite expanded.
Gotcha. I do appreciate the not final but Finland tag on the bottom right. I didn't comment on that the first time, but
I've been sitting here with the skeleton hands for the whole stream, and I feel very dysfunctional with these because I can't touch anything because they're just plastic fingers.
I knew it. I knew that Scully was a classic Halloween boo scary skeleton decoration this whole time.
I gotta get these bones purple.
I always wondered if he was supposed to be pink or purple.
Well, I have no clue. It's up to him.
Scully could be whatever he wants. We're not going to dictate how he
Yeah.
lives his life. Yeah, I just love all the graphical improvements of this game in the demo. Also,
I'm
really,
happy to see that it runs. It was like making a game in a vacuum and not having so much people to test run the game. So I've been a bit worried about the performance, but it seems to run pretty okay.
yeah, I had no issues as far as like performance on my side. And I don't think on stream either, so that's very good to see. I do know that there's been a few games here with some optimization issues, but it's mostly between like specifically like from person to person, which is really odd. It's really hard for me to do like just impromptu just fixing of it, trying to fix it. Yeah, thank you Amos and Cyreides for being here. I'm sorry.
No problem. And sorry for sleeping in.
No
So
problem.
I'm sorry for that as well, because you were feeling bad almost. I was like, I missed it by a couple hours.
You
I
both did it. How dare you?
I fucked up. I didn't even know the stream was still happening today, so I was just like, not even prepared. But I appreciate you letting me come on regardless at the end there.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm glad that you could. I'm glad that both of you could make it because the insights that both of you had are just really, really compelling. Like there was somebody in chat saying like they were just in awe over your explanation of things from Deep Launcher.
Oh.
And like I said, I'm just glad to be able to take a step back into the world of Sauna 2000. And like I said, if anything, I found the weird glitch that was happening more terrifying than anything else. So.
Not to play
So
this
I've failed at horror because that was the scariest thing.
To be fair, I'm not one that's typically scared by most horror media, so like if anything, like having a game glitch out like that on me is like that's the true feeling of helplessness. I feel. I'm just like shit. How do I get out of this situation?
Yeah, that kind of gives me an idea. Gives me an idea that I could possibly pivot what happens in that moment and kind of pull another twist to it. Because it's supposed to go with the credits, but it's kind of, I don't know. Feels unfair for the player that they've made the journey to that point and then to be slammed with credits. So I think I'm going to have an alternate scenario if the run doesn't succeed.
I can't wait to try it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying this more on my own side and seeing what one like just see if I can actually complete this because like I said, I don't think I'll be able to within 15 minutes. I am terrible at these kind of things. This is a like simulation / puzzle games like this is the kind of thing that I just cannot wrap my brain around. even with the help.
Yeah, the axe gameplay takes some getting used. Oh,
Sauna 2000.
I
Bottom
thought
right
I
frame.
thought the thing finally triggered,
Coming
but
to
yeah,
its
you just hit
dock
the
eye.
S. That makes a lot of sense. I'm tired.
The excitement. Almost voice. Damn.
Don't eat in a hurry. Yeah, I can't wait to actually get the Prelude out so people don't have to fight a clock.
It's gonna be so good.
I'm really looking forward to it. But again, like, take your time with it. I know that you expressed like how much the project is stressing you to meet people's expectations, but if anything, the way it's making me anticipate it more, and I'm definitely patient enough to wait for the final product because I believe in your ability as a game dev to deliver on it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, actually, this getting the demo out has really hyped me up to work because now having the players and Kickstarter backers and everybody's testing it and giving me bug reports, and it's like I can structure it in my head like right away when somebody tells me a bug, I know where it is and how to fix it, and it feels really great.
Yeah, that's always a really good asset to have. Very invaluable information. If you want, I can maybe try to recreate that, but I'm not exactly sure what I did. I think I might have gotten stuck into the wall or something, maybe, at a weird angle, and it didn't trigger the,
I think I've been swapping around the stuff, so it could be possible that the enemy collider is on wrong layer and it doesn't meet the player collider, so it doesn't trigger it.
maybe.
I had some issues with the nav mesh because, yeah, nav mesh is nav mesh.
Yeah, thank you for so much for being here either way.
Yeah, no problem. I just wish that my alarm would have rang, or like I have no idea what happened between 8 and
Don't sweat it. I'm just gonna go find the last game in a demo. I'm gonna take a very quick break, and I'll be back to play Northstar Courier, which I'm very excited to talk about. There it is, right there. Okay.
Thanks again so much for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. I'm seeing the image. I had to show this on stream
Oh, those are
real
cool.
quick. That looks great.
I gotta make some glove thing for the wrist area and paint the fingers completely.
I still have the wanted poster from 10 Dead Doves on there, so let me replace it with the hand. And I can show this on it's
When you said finger extensions, I wasn't expecting like actual bone ones. That's cool.
Yeah, they are. They are
so
bones.
perfect. I have questions now for why this is a product that exists though. This is so random. I guess probably for cosplaying or Halloween or stuff though.
there it
Yeah.
is.
Things like that, but
I was really worried because I ordered them and in the picture there was only one, and I was like, oh, I blew it. I gotta throw another $20 at this. But then it came with two, and I'm very pleased.
for two of those for $20, that seems really
Yeah.
cheap.
Like year ago, I was looking into these and they were $200. But now 3D printing has gotten so accessible that everybody's selling these.
God, I wish I had a free printer because it sounds just so much fun to have.
Yeah, I think I need to get a 3D printer within a year because Well, the new Scully mask that I have, because I have a physical one now, so I made it with a 3D pen. I spent like a week on it, I think. But
Yeah.
I wish I could like iterate faster because I have the thing 3D scanned, and that's what I did for this year's E3. I actually found it too hard to use the actual mask to film with green screen and stuff, and it wasn't expressive enough. So I then took the physical prop and I 3D scanned it and used it as a digital.
I mean, I think it came out very well for the trailers and stuff that was in.
Yeah, I think Scully this year was actually hitting that sweet spot of being like this crypt keeper, kind of grimy, nasty character that is a bit creepy because he's been a bit softcore the past years, but now it's like you don't want to fuck with that character.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, Scully is actually scary now. Just a little, even just a little bit.
I think it's a good development.
Like, he looks legitimately, like, at the very least, like, intimidating.
Yeah, and more like in the physical realm, because in the past it's really been this 90s CG smooth look, but now there's so much like, because it is handmade detail, so.
And to be fair, like, the trailer for the demo disc, I believe it was a demo disc at least, did start with him, like, crawling out of a television, so it makes sense to have the updated model of him as well.
Yeah, that was kind of the point. And funny tidbit is that I made the TV crawling shot like almost a year ago.
Yeah,
I
I saw
just
that.
got this idea, and inside the TV it is the original 3D model, and then outside of the TV it is the new one.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, because I remember seeing that very, very early on. And I was wondering if it was going to be for the demo disc or if it was going to be for E3 specifically. And, well, I guess it's a little bit of both, as it turns out.
Yeah, but the idea was that the TV's in a mall, but oh god, it was a bit hard trying to figure out how to, like, because the topic is mall, but then it's like abandoned at the point when the mall is happening, but then like how do I make this interesting at all in a video format, because I don't have an access to an abandoned mall so much, so like what do I do? But then the song really structured it, and the cut came together really fast suddenly when I just started to go with the beat and like just lean into it, like how like weird in 90s, like year 2000 it can be, and then just like, yeah, let's just roll with the beat and have weird bits of people on escalators and that's that.
And they can be the ghosts that you hear in the Spectral Mall food court area. So I think it fits.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking, that in the footage there was actually a food court at the bottom of the escalator, so that's how I wanted to tie it in then.
I think either way you did a fantastic job. Don't kill yourself over it, please. First and foremost.
Yeah,
we need more from you.
Yeah, I'm fully committed to this whole skeleton engine thing, that I can make Scully content production for next year that easy that I can literally just record audio and use the audio waveform for animating his head. So I would have this big library of expressions that I can just put an audio clip on and match it to the motion.
Right. So
then it's basically gonna be just talk and click render.
I think I'm gonna wrap up this segment just because I want to take a very quick break, and then I will go over to the next game. Any last like final thoughts or like anything to add? Like, although you were talking very extensively about the future of both the trailers and Sauna 2000. But is there anything else you want to add before we head off?
Not really. Wishlist Sauna 2000 if you haven't.
I have. It was like a day delay because I thought I already wishlisted it, but I immediately corrected myself.
Yeah, I don't have any additions. Sai still have something on his mind.
Mine's head empty. Unless you have any questions.
I think I'm all set, honestly. I don't think I have any more questions. I'm just impressed with how everything was made in both departments. I think all my questions are satisfied.
I believe I haven't noticed the breath dissipation before. Like,
Oh yeah, that it wasn't there originally. I did that like the day before because I was like,
Wow.
oh, I have time. I'll just add this in. Same with the cutscene that was added like the I think it was the day of the original release date. I like did it the night before.
Gotcha.
That's
One of
great.
those things, and then I did the other thing the next day after.
Alright, so thank you, you two.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Thanks again.
No problem. Alright, so as I said, I'm just going to take a very quick break. Oh, I didn't mean to have that there. See, I'm supposed to be having... Okay, do you know why? Because I didn't notice that my game was... I had game capture on, so that's my fault. I didn't mean to have that be done. So I'm going to take a very quick break. And then I will invite Ben and Johnny to the Discord call. So, BRB. Sorry about that. I don't know if my BRB screen is like fully stretched out right now. But I am back. Ben will be joining very shortly. I'll at least get the game started. Northstar Courier. It might be just Ben joining. I haven't heard from Johnny all day, but hey, I mean, Ben is a developer, and oh, Johnny is joining. What you just said, I'm not sure if you will be here or not because I haven't quite heard you, but hey.
I didn't say anything because the first time I was asked about this, I just said that like I was pretty open to be joining whenever Ben was available, but I probably should have clarified better.
No worries, no worries. Well, welcome on in. Welcome back.
Yes. Excellent.
This will be the last dev interview. Are you excited?
Oh yeah. I am pressurized.
All right, feel pressured.
Here we go. Hopefully
Now,
it breaks apart.
yeah, hopefully it works this time.
Fingers crossed.
Man, we need to do a new splash screen, I swear to God. I didn't realize how much of an eyesore the Fever Dream Software's one was, but...
We gotta do that like spinning eyeball concept.
Yeah, we gotta use the eye. The new logo hasn't been used yet for like a long time.
Oh shit, never mind, I don't have a controller in.
No, it's only if it's a Switch controller, which is a cool bug. That's just like with the input reader.
The game also just straight up doesn't have like controller support, right? So either
Nope.
way, yeah.
I was like, oh, I don't want to remove in control, but
it's better to keep in control anyway, because it always lets you just, in the future, it means you can always go back and add support if you wanted to.
It is true.
To be fair, I think like one of my favorite parts of this demo disc, specifically like this came out specifically, I think is like probably the most fun demo for people to play blind, as far as watching goes, because
very much a joy, even though I kind of like whenever they get through like dialogue bits, I'm like, oh, here we go again, but I stick with it just to see the reaction to the end.
yeah, or even the reaction to the beginning of just like first the laughing at the crashes the controller is always just fun.
That is true.
And then there's the this dialogue coming up of Smooch's bald head.
Smooch's bald head. Which is true, that is what happens in real life.
Does your dad have a bald head?
No, he's got like hair up there.
Okay.
This is like a futuristic concept for me that I'm experimenting with. Bald fathers.
Ben's dad has a giant like Jimmy Neutron spike that like impales Ben whenever he kisses the spike, not the baldness.
Perfect.
Thank you, that wonderful clip artist who makes all of their stuff free as long as you use less than 20 images.
Anyway, let's take a picture of Mr. Grin.
There's the number one.
There's so many people.
Look up there.
Yeah, I know. There's so many people that get upset that they can't take a snapshot of Sculpey.
There was originally, that's kind of like, there was supposed to be like, because there's 3 Scullys in the world. I was gonna have a thing where if you just get all 3, then it takes you to the dev room. But it's like, I'll just make it a cheat code. You can just,
I don't think we'll have enough time to show the dev room, but I do remember watching somebody actually doing the puzzles, and like very excitedly just seeing what's going on and laughing their ass off at every single bit.
That is very sweet to see.
Yeah, they were fucking loving it. It was such a joy to see.
I am definitely surprised because when you do release it, like anything, it's hard to know how the general consensus would be, especially when they're like popular people who play it as well. You go, ooh, if they don't like it, this could go badly.
But it seems like
seems that everyone who has played it has liked it.
But I seem like just a general like positive reception to the demo disc in general, which tells me as a curator I did my job. And I have a question: who the hell is Jet? Explain to me.
Jet's a good friend. He's a good friend of ours, me and Johnny. He's a good lad.
Does he have
I like how
He's an Alaskan
purple skin?
right
there's a lot of fear in your voice, but you really don't want to explain it.
he's a good lad.
It started as a joke because he took an image of himself that was really scary looking, and we put it in Peeb, and then it's been a reoccurring joke since then to, put him in every game we can and try to make him a cultural icon. That's sort of our modus operandi at the moment.
I love it.
Hmm.
I still love the name of Nicholas Mold.
I do love a mold last name.
And then, like, his immediate question of, do you like speed?
Yeah, I mean, like going fast and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Nothing else.
This one was cool. I do base the characters off, like, people, because that is easy. This guy's design is, like, there's this, like, really weird Sega Saturn game. It's called, like, Death Crimson.
Doesn't ring a bell to me.
Composer, and it's, like, weird, like, alt music, but I love it so much. So, like, the shirt that he's wearing is, like, a reference to that, and the fact that he likes music. Everyone listen to Death Crimson. OST.
I do appreciate a man who likes questions. Or a person who likes questions.
Loves jerks.
Ahoy! I also have a question of, how is this line supposed to be interpreted? Is he like...
Oh, like a
Is he like ignoring the question, or is he humming along?
No, it's like he's like humming a beautiful melody.
Yeah, I was wondering, because I thought that was the case, but I was wondering if he was like honestly just trying to ignore it or not.
Yeah. No, he's just love music.
I do want to say, I have one thing to say about the cone text, and that'll be for his second iteration of saying cone.
Just, I do like, in some cases, when, like, using all the grammar of something being, like, a plural, but there's just only one cone.
And I forgot who...
Just like on this second.
I forgot that
wait,
was
what?
on my dev commentary stream of just, like, having the idea of the cone over here moving
Yeah,
like the
like
Garth
looping.
from Legend of Zelda.
That idea was so good. I felt so bad, like, my own... I wish to have their genius.
It's such a,
Just a moving cone that comes to stop you.
just a fantastic idea. Also, for the
Excellent
longest
work.
time, I didn't actually know that Nicholas Mold is literally playing music. Like, you can actually hear it if you're
Yeah,
close
he's a
enough.
very quiet little thing.
Yeah.
Little system goes ding, ding, ding.
The Puzzle Master's clue.
Puzzle Master is a very vital asset to this game being any amount of sense.
I just see what the sheer enthusiasm everybody has when they read it. And they just
Yeah.
get more excited every single time. I do want the
Do like
implication
the
that
player.
these people just break into my house to update this sign.
Yeah. Little guy comes and is like, oh, gotta tell him what's next. They're not catching enough cryptids. Oh. Oh yeah, here's all the P posters. I realize in retrospect that this is a lot of P posters.
just a little bit. And then there's, Bryce.
Oh yeah, there's some beautiful Bryce. And some
Yep.
beautiful Johnny over there.
Oh, that's Johnny. I was wondering who
No,
that
that's
was.
also Bryce. That's not me.
Oh, I was
Oh, what?
confused.
I thought it was... Huh.
No, the Rejoice and Be Glad thing is that image of him where he's really close up to the camera.
Oh,
but it's
that
like
one.
darkened.
Huh. Lore, even I am learning.
And then every single time that this scene here happens, I always get asked every single time, is the game going to be scary? And I don't answer this question because there's no preparing for the ending of this game.
Yeah, I did want, like, because originally it was just like it would say 2 days. Then you go to sleep and then wake up. I was like, what if I put a little, very little liminal type of thing in there?
Yeah.
Little foreboding that something's happening in your dreams. And then I made those in like Blender, and the lasers revealed it took me like 20 minutes. Also, oh, that door for the fallen down house sign.
Yes.
You can just go through it.
It's like the sign fell off this house. I wonder what it says. Oh well, I'll best get to move on.
Oh, I understand that they're. Oh. The birds are so powerful outside that they're overpowered.
What about the
There's hundreds of trees.
What am I missing with this story?
Oh, you can just walk through it. There's no collision on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Who's inside?
I switched the plane in time. I am the man that hides. Fuckers.
So hello, Tim. There's a beautiful friend as well. I put a little flower on him, and it's consistent between this and Nowhere, Michigan.
I think that was a question that I had that I never was able to ask because I couldn't find him in Nowhere, Michigan for the stream. I was just like who that was because I am just mesmerized by him.
It's true. He has such a kind and forgiving face, I think.
Oh, his name was Tim? Is that him in the
Yeah,
chat?
there's
No, that's a different guy. Don't worry.
that guy's probably like a stalker.
Nah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Oh, let me see the chat. I see. Make a racing game. That would be cool.
See, I want to talk about this right here because I want to mention it. So there was a streamer that I was watching that got excited when the word cone was in rainbow text. Then he was immediately disappointed that the next time that there's no more rainbow text for this specific line because I know that it comes back, and he was excited again. And he forgave the game. He went from hating your guts to forgiving you.
It's true. The Rokon. I will say the rainbow stuff and all that, like moving text, is when I found out that the text system that I was using in Unity had like fun little options that you could add to it to make like wavy or shaky, and I got like power crazy, and I was like, oh, every sentence needs one. I should put on everything.
I like it.
Like, and then after I was like, okay, maybe I need to pull it back a little bit.
I really do wish I had a house that allows me to just the perfect environments for record sound.
True.
Because of all my background noise, I hate it.
I would like just for a room with no sound, just no reflections.
If only.
No birds outside.
Yeah, I know. The birds in this game are obnoxiously loud. Almost as obnoxious as how obnoxiously huge his synthesizer is.
It's true. That is just what living in New Zealand's like. That's just... Every day there's just giant birds and they're really loud.
Yeah, so hours to minutes. I remember this one off the top of my head.
Excellent. Oh, Tim going 3D question. Let me answer. Probably like Ape Escape and like Mega Man Legends. And let me actually pull up the game design document.
It's this house here, right?
No.
Or is it this
Wait,
one?
Yeah, wait, yes, no, that was it.
Okay. There we go.
It's odd.
Ow.
Neat house, I do love. Was like sock pens or something, playing this like the other day,
Yeah,
and he
Scorpio.
just, everyone could see the house had changed, but he just hadn't noticed for like a good 30 seconds, and he was just walking around.
Yeah,
Everyone's
that sounds
going,
about
"Look,
right.
Look at it!
I want to mention that I'm part of a stream team and it is called the Clock Tower. So when I saw that there was a clock tower this game and had a horrifying puzzle attached to it, I was excited. And then this little lad pops back up and I got even more excited.
Look at him.
He's beautiful. That's all I have to say to you, bitch.
He's so rude.
He
I wonder
really
if he's-
is.
I would not like to meet this guy in real life.
No, not at all. And the other thing that I absolutely love is what it says over here, that the train is broke due to repairs.
They fixed it too good, now they broke it again.
Yeah. Because it's like a joke that it kind of like goes over some people's heads, but I do just appreciate.
Yeah, they just read it and they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Also, you need to check for the bridge now. Look over that beautiful. Also,
Yeah,
there's
no.
a good
There's another
precise
skull.
turns. Oh my gosh. For precise turns, like holding shift is pretty nice because it just slows down the bike.
Ugh. No, I want to get back on my bike, please.
Oh, did you trap it? Oh.
There we go.
I was gonna cry so hard. There's have you seen the one overlooking the bridge?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, you gotta go see that one.
Oh no, is it this one here?
On the other side.
Yeah. There he
Another
is.
question
There
from
he
Tim
is.
Goim 3D. Is this your first game?
No. I made one and then I also slipped inside this game. And that's just, there's a secret second game in the game. But you gotta find it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to show it on stream just to time constraints. I don't think I was going to be able to anyway. I'll be
No,
honest.
that one's fine. That one's like just a full game anyway. I think it's longer than, no, it's about the same like length as this.
Just gonna get Mr. Grin again.
Classic.
Almost wanting to call him Mr. Grim because I think of Twisted Metal with the PS1 aesthetics.
Drury's very, like a little clown nose on him.
I still absolutely love the just
Although,
this little interaction of like a stalker and a freak. What? I'm no freak.
yes, it is completely reasonable though, however, in my opinion, to believe that.
Yeah, and like I said, the rainbow text comes back, and that streamer was immediately just glad.
Like, ah. So a giant leaf falling through the house.
I just noticed that. I have a question. Does the skeleton actually move whatsoever if you stand by
No,
it?
it's just
Okay.
it's just a like a real skeleton that's like still alive, except it's like after all this time just sitting there, it's just like turned to like wood or like stone and it just can't move.
Yeah. The one thing I really appreciate is that the interaction between Beth and the protagonist, I forgot her name on the top end. I don't think she has a name, does she?
No, not yet. I'm still thinking about that.
Gotcha. But it
It
feels
truly
like
is the
so.
hardest thing.
I do like the genuine friendship between her and Beth. They have if
Yeah,
like talk
I
about
get that.
passions and wanting to visit somewhere.
Yeah, because I do like that when there's like when you have like a cast of characters. It's good to have when like a lot of them are kind of like goofy and obtuse and fun to talk to, but like at least one that's just like completely genuine and heartfelt. I do find that is like a nice touch.
I just appreciate like heartfelt, heartwarming moments in like horror games in general.
Just like that just kind of makes the scary bits better.
Yeah, we're gonna cover mine purple. And that's good
Excellent.
enough.
Excellent color.
First word that came to mind because of the because of the plant guy. Hold on for 1 second. I think my headphones just.
All the games. Yes, like some people have found like all the Easter eggs.
I'm having an issue. I suddenly am not able to hear.
Oh, that's not good. The game or everything?
Hello? Hello?
Respond
Testing?
if you can hear.
Okay, okay. For some reason,
Okay.
like, my headphones just stopped working.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, that is odd. I see so many people asking about this, but these are all parts of the puzzles around, right?
Yeah, those if like from a top-down view, it's a little map of the town.
Yeah. Which puzzle is which cryptid is the one at the top? Because I think that's the one that
the
everyone.
bird.
That is the bird. That's what I thought.
Yeah. The one to the right is the tree.
Yep.
It's coming out with all the questions today.
And I just have to ask, how did you do this section?
Oh, like the compression effects or just like the meat?
I guess the compression effects.
There's a beautiful, beautiful effect with when working with the PSX render pipeline in Unity. That's like compression node. I go like, oh, let me turn that on, and while I do really like it, and it has a few like a nice comments. It turns out that it kind of freaks out when it's on like lower end hardware.
Oh no.
I'm like, oh, that's not good. So while I do love the effect, it is like I have had to fix some bits.
It uses a compute shader thing to process the compression, and that's compute shaders I don't think are supported on some of the older GPUs, so some people just get a straight up pitch black screen.
Yeah, I had a friend working on like integrated, and it's like I went inside the meat hole and now everything is black.
Tim Goyim asks, what were the most challenging and the most fun parts to work on?
There was no fun. It was hell.
That's heartbreaking.
Most fun. Probably like the week where I was able to just conscript Johnny to do his bit. Because it means that I could just be like a 5-year-old child who's like, I wanted to do this, and I want to have lasers.
I really hope this version is not the one with the pitch black boss fights. That's gonna break my heart, but I guess we'll see it when we get there.
Well,
Hopefully not.
I just updated the
Oh, I mean, no,
the
it's
game.
it's consistent across like the modern versions. It's just that,
it's the newest one. It's a lighting bug. It was never
okay.
fixed.
and it just happened to be that my two two of my most anticipated streamers to do it, who was like Sockpens and Joel, they both had it like one after another.
I'm being
no.
very careful with this because I've seen so many people like glitch through the world because of this little nut.
Yeah, you can like escape out that side, but people usually just start going back into the corner, and then they just go so far back in that they shoot out the back like a dang rocket. Sometimes they don't have their bike on them, which is the most sad thing ever.
I believe I called it when Squirpy happened, saying that it was the walk of shame for breaking the game.
Yep. Actually completely deserved.
Indeed. I'm trying so hard to do this. I've never done this nut segment before.
So cool.
I think it might be easier to do it off the bike because you'll be able to.
It is easier, but also holding shift if you just make it slow and then.
Oh, that's true.
It's like sprint speed, and you don't have to lose the bike for a bit.
I hate it. I hate this.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
the same.
going on, we have a question from Angazel. Yeah, do you guys have any funny dev stories regarding the project?
Let me think. Oh god, October to like June was a blur.
Was this wait? Has this really been going on since like last
Like,
October?
I was looking through because I wanted to post up like here's the earliest image that I can find of the game, and it's just the only like dev image from like the early stages was just that exact model of the Vespa, just in like a red, just on a red plane, with a
God,
reflection sphere next to it.
it's crazy how long it's been. Good lord, like
Yeah.
time really just flies.
It's like late October I started. I'm like, oh, I thought it was like November.
Only game development wasn't really painful.
Yes.
It's in a similar boat.
Away ball.
That's why every time I get asked like if I want to ever develop a game and such, and it's just like I want to, but at the same time I also don't because the horror stories I hear.
Yeah, it is a little hellish, but like, oh man, is it worth it once people start playing? This has been like one of my favorite weeks.
Yeah, just seeing everybody's reactions to these games are quite amazing as a curator as well. Just getting the
Oh, yeah, for sure.
validation that I picked the right games.
Yeah. Curation also was fun.
Oh yeah, that's right, you were a creator. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
me, Johnny were both also curators, which also maybe wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, I've talked to them about that. I think going forward we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Make sure the devs can't also curate.
However, for me, it was quite fun to do it one year.
It was fun. I did it this year and last year. And that was it's it's nice to see what's out there.
Yeah.
My favorite character, by the way.
Yeah, I'm
I
hoping
love Charlie.
for so much from her in the full game.
I'm an
She's not a-
anonymous. I am weird. I cannot be known.
Yes. I'm a hacker. Lupin the Third. Yeah. You know what's up.
Bucket.
Bucket. Yeah, it's a bucket. It's just not. It doesn't. It has like a. It's a bucket. That's what it is.
Every single time that I always had to add in like a bucket smiley face in the chat.
Bucket. Just because I was like, yeah, that's a model of a bucket. Please don't. Please don't.
Also,
Please
yeah,
don't
the
make fun of me.
divine reading of just, and then I hear a whoo.
Oh. I do love Hacker Shack.
Hacker
It's one of my
Shack.
more favorite.
Indeed.
One of my more. That's a good line.
And then we get a peep.
I do like how it takes a little bit for people to realize that there's a little peeb. I think it might be just because there's like snow everywhere.
I mean,
Quote,
it's just
unquote.
shocking they do recognize Peeb. I mean, God, it's been like what, nearly 2 years now since that demo
I know
came
it's
out.
only been a year.
No, I mean, it's gonna be 2 years starting.
It's gonna be.
Well,
Since
yeah,
it,
when
like,
next year
started.
comes around, it will be because it was, it was March of 2021. So
Run that thing now.
it's been a while.
Yes, that is also like my favorite joke in the game.
Yes, same. I love it.
That was, how there's a thing that can fall over once you hit it to give you access. How do I tell the player that they can do this? And I put the little dinkiest like little metal sound next to it.
I'm so glad that you did.
Ooh.
We have another question from Corey the Corn. After release and watching people play your game, any bugs you didn't see that streamers noticed and made you go, "Damn, why didn't I think of this?"
The like the first day, especially after the game came out, I was just punching myself over and over again. It's like, oh, I should have gotten QA testers. I should have gotten any testers to test the game. But it is a beautiful and a humbling moment once 100 people are watching your game fall apart at the seams. There was this really cool one, because if you've seen it before, but like sometimes if you had a resolution that wasn't 16:9 and you went into the opening cutscene, the text would just kind of like just like go away. Like I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh, that's funny.
And you just couldn't read anything, and you just see like the car, and that was it for like a minute. It's like, best I had to think of that.
There were like so many streamers that never knew about this bird.
I don't blame them. It is one of the more obtuse. That's what I get for basing some of my puzzles after a Sonic 06 level, but
Fair.
when they do find it, oh, beautiful stuff. Giant bird. The internet is breaking. Perhaps there is something evil in this town.
No, there's nothing wrong.
Ho 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 ho, I say devilishly.
Hey, Broseph. Also, by the way, it took me a while to notice that I had the text on screen for this entire stream. Because I didn't want to do that originally. Because I had it that way at first because Oats and Matt War, the developers of Cyber Open and Enchain, didn't want to speak. To be fair, Matt War was sick, so... But Oats just preferred it, just communicating through text, so that's why I had the chat box there. But I didn't want to keep it on for the entire streams, because I didn't want to, like... Because originally it was just like, I couldn't figure out why it wasn't showing up, but when I did, I didn't want to, like... You know, have everybody feel like they missed off. They missed being the first streams, but I guess it's just kind of happening now.
It's fun. Also, question, anything personal in the game? I mean, like, for my personal life, or... Also on games that I've started to develop. Basically everything from, like, when I started around, like, 2016 to, like, 2020, I was like, I'm gonna do this big concept thing that's, like, big 3D, and it has 100 levels, and it has RPG mechanics, and then it stops after, like, 3 days because I don't know how to code in C#. And then, I went to university, and then they were like, we're gonna make a game, and then I made my first game, and now it all makes sense now. And then I was able to do this one, and hopefully I can make a full game. Because I know how to scope stuff.
I also have a question. Does this at any point within a demo, or...
Oh, wait, from which one? Oh, the door?
Yeah, this one
here. Okay, here's my lore.
Okay.
For the door.
Hit me.
There was originally going to be a little computer on this door that had like a little key code. You can type in the codes that you get from the puzzle masters, like body parts, and then you put those codes into the computer, and then the door would open, and there's a portal at the end, and then once you go into the portal, it would take you to a room, and I was like, but then they'd have to go like to day 2 and then come here. I was like, I'll just put on the title screen, and now it's just kind of like a cool door.
Gotcha. Because I always had that question in mind. Alright, I almost forgot to deliver the package to Beth. That would have been bad.
And you should collect that ham. Also, I didn't realize Jet was here.
Yep, Jet is now here. Hey! Johnny is just immediately threatening him.
He asked the question that he also... I don't remember if it was him or somebody else, but when Pete came out, one of our friends started telling streamers in chat, like, I think it was the Yonoi 2 devs that did this. And it started becoming like a pervasive rumor, and it was such a crockish, you know, it was nothing good. It was such a crock, I will say. I'll keep it at that.
I've never seen anyone pick the nope option, and I had to see what it was.
You just, nope.
The illusion of choice. And Muxy Raid, thank you for the raid.
Oh shoot.
If you guys haven't played the demo this before, you're in for a treat coming up. That's also, all I can say.
Noted. This is what he deserves for thinking that we're the Yonoi 2 devs. Now everyone must think that he's Germa.
It's karma.
Ah, the power of the universe. But personal life, from that question from before, probably just the fact that it's set in New Zealand. I wanted to set it like somewhere else initially, but I was like, there's like so little anything like set in the country. I was like, yeah, I'll just set it here. And then I went on like a little road trip where I just found different spots that I like, and that's where all the locations in the game are based off.
Interesting.
Come to New Zealand, beautiful country.
But I do like this is a small, humble, small town vibe that this entire game has. I think it's very applicable in like any kind of like most other like small, close-knit communities in general.
Yeah. It
But I don't-
is, when I go to those small little towns, it's a lot more homely than like the city where I am.
I just want to say that I absolutely just love the opening line of "Your husband has an evil aura."
Yeah, it's just like, how do I explain the you get new paint this time?
Oh, what's the explanation?
There's an evil aura. Also for the guy who just doesn't, who just straight up doesn't have a texture for his face.
Fair. Coy look to the camera, raise eyebrow, indicating that this will probably be in the full game.
That was Johnny put in like as a joke. I was like, that's that's really good.
That's
I did
perfect.
I did an editing pass on a bunch of the dialogue, and there's occasionally I slipped a joke in, like when Nicholas is like catatonic. Your character like offers to call a freaking ambulance, as she puts it. And Sync does something. Oh, this
time
part.
for you to explain your thing.
Oh, yay! That's pretty much the only thing I have to say. Yeah. So there's a very fun story during the development of this game, or this demo rather. Ben brought me on to help with some, well, not only the dialogue pass, but also some code stuff, because the character controller the player's based on is a thing that I was working on for a while, and it's like a custom version of that. But
okay.
There was a thing I did as a joke at one point. Well, I was around the time I was working on the witch fight. I added a
Spoilers.
thing on day 3 when you unlock the metallic paint. If you go up to the painter, it triggers an event where the second you walk away, he like sticks to you relative. Like he just kind of starts slowly approaching you, but he's like always stuck relative to the player, and it starts playing a really scary noise. And the more you shake your mouse, the faster he like approaches you. And once he touches you, it just puts like a screamer on the screen. It's extremely loud, and it was I put it in. My friend Ian and I came up with it, and I put it in, and Ben didn't know about it because I hid everything in the files very carefully. I added an Easter egg thing to the witch fight involving a 1 in 100 chance of like a jet ball to trick Ben into not noticing the other changes I was making, and it worked. And one time he was streaming it while he was working, and we were talking, and I was like, "Oh Ben, you should put on the metallic paint, and you get that swag." And he goes and does it, and it happens, and as if on cue, Ben reflexively started like flinging his mouse around in confusion, and then the painter started going really fast, and it was a good moment.
And then the image of the girl from The Exorcist started flashing on screen, and I've never screamed harder in my life.
It was the Exorcist girl image. Like it was literally a joke, like Exorcist jump scare with like just like really loud screamer noise, and it actually is still in the game, but it was toned down a lot. The flashing was taken out. There's no jump scare now. The painter will just approach you and then disappear ominously.
Yeah.
But there's a 1 in 100 chance on day 3 that happens, and so far we don't know if somebody's run into it yet.
I have
If they
not
have, they
seen
probably
anyone
haven't
yet,
reported
which
on
is
it, but no
sad.
one's mentioned it. It has to have happened at least once, and no one said anything. Like, had there been somebody who
Yeah,
doesn't have an
it's
itch
like, oh.
account, played it, and found that.
Yeah.
I have a few questions for this area in particular as well.
Yes.
First off,
This-
the first thing I wanted to mention, I love the music in this area. I love how Wars of Canada esque it sounds.
Yeah. Should I explain where it comes from?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So before this, and before everything, and before Peed, there was this game, and it was called. I won't say like the name probably, but
Okay.
I made a few music tracks for that, and I just haven't had any use for them. But there's some like my most spookiest tracks, and I was like, you know what? That track, I should use that one again.
Gotcha.
And there's like 3 of them. I'm like, oh, those were pretty good. And now I'll just, whenever I need to put something in like scary as a joke, I'll just use that.
All right. That's very interesting. And I haven't really explored like played the music much during this segment just because honestly I kind of forgot I was too caught up trying to get all the cryptids. But I do love your music as well. Like,
Thank you.
it really is nice.
I also there's a few artists. I don't think that I explained it well enough, because when I say original music, I left the other music made by other people into the itch page, and I'm not sure if people understood that, but there's one artist in particular who's Mon Place here, and they make a bunch of like free creative like commons music, and they deserve everything. They make very good music.
Gotcha.
There's also a few in Johnny's game as well.
Indeed.
The
entire
title's
soundtrack in
beautiful
there
tracks.
is one plays here.
The title screen of Nowhere, Michigan is also just really, really good too.
Thank you.
Like, just the music in this demo disc overall is just such a banger.
Oh, for sure.
Like, between this game, Nowhere, Mortal Meal,
Yeah, like every single genre of music.
Future Reality, and Miracle Bug in particular, it just has like such a banger soundtracks.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go through
Concur.
each of these just to kind of show off like anyone who wants to do this cipher. Then for
Translate, I can read puzzle. They're basically just saying like, I am the blank of the
Yeah.
blank. To find the code, use what thing I am.
exactly.
Use code.
Except for the, I believe it was the eye, right? You had. I
I
probably
is like
shouldn't.
eyes.
I shouldn't have like talked too much about that. And before I jump into the whole, what are these models? Because they're not
This
the main
model
character,
is
right?
player's model. No,
Oh,
that is.
oh,
that
is it?
Just straight up the main character's model.
Huh.
Little shadow reflections.
It looks
concrete
really
things.
odd. I think it's the hair that kind of gets me, maybe.
Look at baby. Just like when it's like really detailed and like shading. Oh,
Why am I a
shoot,
shadow
no.
person?
Why is it?
Oh,
why is
it was
all
definitely.
shadow?
I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. I mean,
It's strange like
it's
how
extremely consistent.
constant it's been happening.
Well, that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to.
Like,
get
yeah,
it
no,
fixed,
just
because
straight
it's
up
been
need to
happening
make
every.
this-
It
Oh,
happens
no.
every time.
So imagine that this has colors and is colorful. And that the game isn't broken right now. Because it is a beautiful model. When I first saw it, because Joel was like the first suspect, I was like, no, I'm gonna cry. But then I was like, oh wait, he doesn't know anything. This is like fine.
Except it isn't.
It's like it's you know you're fighting a shadow monster in a shadow realm. I don't know.
Yeah, it is such a good model. I just his opening statement of "I am Baba Yaga and I am fucking awesome" has lived in my head rent free.
Awesome. And Nicholas is still trash.
Yeah, I don't know why I added that. I think I just kind of assumed that like
Because like he was a good
Nicholas's
character.
catatonic. I was like, somebody took him and like, they took his spirit. Yes, they kept the free his soul.
That is a really good one. He's probably the best.
I don't think like anyone in chat can hear you right now, by the way. So maybe we should save comments until after this boss fight.
I do love. This is just between me and how much people just start screaming it is.
Funny because he's using the same audio mixes as like further sounds. I'm not entirely sure why it's so loud. That's the part I get.
Wait, that's not this. It being this loud is not intentional.
No, I don't think it was supposed to be this loud. I probably balanced the audio like poorly or something when I was making it. Just making my editor volume down. So I actually tested it. I noticed.
That's crazy.
Like my bits that are going on are like kind of just quieter than every other demo. Also, wow, beautiful cutscene.
I love the Metal Gear-esque cutscene of this.
Let's shout out to Jet for making this beautiful poem.
I had to ask who made the poem because it's so good.
Jet, take your bow. Yeah, here's the model in beautiful form.
I
It should have been.
love the single teardrop.
Yes, come on. Bro. It understands the beauty of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Into some big army guys in disguise. My heart would grow to.
Thank you for playing the demo.
There it is. There's my developer's cameo to thank you personally.
Tell me the context behind that image, please.
Okay, so one night, I was. This is gonna be the most insane story, but it was like a special day or something. I was with my family on our like deck outside, and I had like a big wine glass, and I was being funny. I was like, "Look, I got a big wine glass." And then as a joke, I put some like red food coloring into some water. And then I had a giant glass in my hands, and I was like, and then I took a photo of myself. I was like, everyone have a beautiful night. And then they put like 500 different like face app filters on top of it.
Gotcha.
Is that not the Juice Knight image?
Yeah, no, Juice Knight's different.
Juice
That's
Knight's different, okay.
Let me see it. No, I have the image. Let me pull it up.
There's a couple legendary Benisms that have begun to perforate the games over time, and Cookie
sure.
Time Madness and Juice
You know what?
Knight.
You can pull up. I have a giant image of the thing.
I
You can like pull it up on
completely
stream.
forgot. I completely forgot about the car
Oh,
every
it
single
crashes,
time.
right? Also, here's the let me just put some letters into message. Here's the image in full if you want to show it. Oops.
Gwig.
Hey, there's the image.
Yeah, we're showing that bad boy on stream.
Okay.
Let's just do this real quick. Sorry.
Now we're talking.
I'm being lazy.
Thank you. If I do get to it, it would be nice to have some QA. Courier chat. Yeah, let's see this beautiful image. There he is.
There he is. I want the
Everyone
Pink
have
Floyd
a
shirt, by
Merry
the way.
Christmas. Yeah, that's like my longest running shirt. It's a good shirt.
So, do you have anything else left to add?
That'll probably be it if we're like short.
That was not the button I meant to press. I did not mean to read the call. I meant to stop sharing the screen.
No, that's short on time. That's all, except thank you for having us on. It was very cool to explain the inner mechanisms.
Oh, mine. It's quite an
Yes.
enigma.
Truly it is. I am gonna be the new Jamie.
But yeah, I don't really think I have anything more. Like, this game is such an experience.
Thank you.
And I think
I'm glad it all came together.
yeah, it's just done so well, and I just love the ending especially because everyone either loves the game more because of the ending, or they absolutely hate it. There's no between. It's the perfect way to end the demo.
It's true.
I do think
Just like hit them with the
one
truck.
last question. Somebody asked if it's supposed to be like a fake demo or if the game is going to continue off this. If you don't want to spoil it, don't.
Oh wait, let me find the comment. If it's a fake demo, you said?
Or,
Or-
the ending specifically.
Oh, the
With,
ending
like, the
specifically. I
Bob-
don't want. That isn't like the ending. That isn't. I think some elements I do want to bring in from it, but I just want to expand everything and also just have like a real, like, good chunky narrative.
Gotcha.
As much as I love the Baba Yaga, though, I think that I will probably have to bring him back for the full game.
You had to bring it back.
It's such a beautiful model.
It really is. Such a beautiful witch.
Yeah. We
Kills my
love the
ears
Baba
every
Yaga.
time, but worth it. But I think that's all the questions I have, and that means that we are fucking done. That is every single demo
Excellent.
and the Spectral Mall itself just covered.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Everybody, yeah, wait. I'm clapping.
Unfortunately, like, I have to go because people are gonna start arriving at the apartment, and that's gonna be too
No.
much noise going on at once.
Well, that's no problem.
Maybe
Thank you for having us on again, though.
no problem. Thank you for. I'm sorry for the initial like troubles and like getting this done on stream at first, but I'm glad I was able to resolve it and be able to play it for
No,
myself.
It's all good. Just glad that it was able to be fixed in the end.
Yeah, speedrun all the games. No.
Any percent.
So yeah, I'm gonna go into the ending stream. You can feel free to join me. I think you guys more than earned it. Again, I would
Actually,
maybe I can do like some sort of celebration stream next week or something with like, I don't know, Jackbox or something like that.
That sounds
It's just
kinda
like
fun.
I feel like I do want to do like a celebration with all the devs, since every single almost all the devs are still in the temp Discord server that I made just to host this, because I didn't want to use the general chats in Haunted PS1 just in case. It would be a little harder
That's a
to
good
set up.
idea. This is a very powerful server, however.
Yeah. So we might be back. I definitely would like to host like something like that just as a celebration thing. But for now, I'm going to be ending the stream. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Johnny.
Oh,
sure
thank
thing.
you.
Thank you, Amos, Sai, Sean, Mark,
And thank
and
everyone at home.
Culture. Thank everybody at home, and thank you to all the devs who have been on here, to Z-Bill, and for co-commentating for a few games, and for Parsley. If it wasn't for Parsley, I don't think any of this would have been done, to be frank. Their help early on was much needed, and I think it was all the better for it. Shout out to Brazil. Yep. Shout out to Brazil.
So true.
Alright. Thank you, everybody, and take care.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.